It's hitting me in the head and chest so badly. It's going to kill me. Do you understand that? This man, this is what he does. This is like what he sends people to the house because you go through the email list and then actually arrests you in relation to it and extradites you back to Arkansas. He's hitting me in the chest. This is definitely why my mother keeps going into the hospital, and I probably how she fell. Okay, this is why my mother keeps going into the hospital for heart attack stuff, only much worse. Sorry, he is hitting me in the head. I have a splitting headache and I'm about to pass out. Well, he said he didn't want you reporting it anymore. No bunch of men have ever been more in the wrong than my police departments in Cary and Raleigh and court system. You need to get him off of that thing before he kills me. He is hitting me in the head and the chest so badly, I'm going to pass out. And I have a splitting headache. And I'm going to throw up. And this is not, you're not allowed to use electrocution devices to deter, protesters or something. Well, I did say no. This is the same man who's been sexually assaulting you. Yeah, okay. I'm being literally beaten. Okay, and then he just aimed it at my crotch again. Nobody could have been more wrong or at fault than what you did in Raleigh and Cary also. All of it. And I'm going to need you out of the uniform right now. I need you out of the Casper's house, it says. I'm going to need you in custody now if you're attempting to murder your victim. And then I'll get off electrocuting my head. I'll electrocute your brain and your chest as much as I want. And then we're going to get him in custody right now before he murders Miss Casper. Maybe put on your clothes and go for a walk outside. Or hands. I don't want her on that computer. That's why I sent Tony in Raleigh to your house to do all that for me. Well, I wouldn't believe that. Please get him in custody before he kills me. Now. Would you get this monster into custody now? Well, that's all that is, and I can't believe the thing is still at large. And instead, my police department, after the incredible amount of crime, he was told not to call the cops in. Is all it is. He's trying to get you not to send that out anymore to that email list. Apparently, Aneto said no. You need to get Aneto into custody. He does not stop sexually offending. He has not stopped stalking me all throughout all of this. You also need to get the Cary Police and the Wake County authorities that did all this. He doesn't want this. This is what that man did when he shows up at the door because you go through an email list. This is what you arrested me in relation to. I'm going to pass out. He's hitting me in the head so badly and the chest so badly. Well, I have a setting in Florida and it's even worse. Would you get this monster into custody now? You forgot to check in. Well, he always says, who doesn't like his reporting? Tony needs to go to prison. He also needs to stop pretending he's part of an international pedophile, like murder ring or something, that he's Hitler, and that you're being stalked by all these Nazis. No, I'm still going to do that. They're going to go back and finish reporting me to all the police. How's that going? It's almost done. That's why he retaliates. No, he's going to do exactly what he doesn't back off. He does. We kid. He's a cop. I mean, I don't know what he's. Well, that's what Tony did there by siding with the thing. Okay, let's see. No more electronic aggrounder. I agree to gang rape. He shouts clitoris tens, and literally tens is your lady part he's talking about. He does it 24/7. The man is an absolute fiend. And before he kills me, or somebody else, would you get them in custody now, wherever they are in Carroll County, Arkansas? It's the same man. He would have had to have been in the jail. I told you I didn't want it on the internet. I'm allowed to do this, and you are not. Yes, I'll break in with men locally. I'm missing something, and I don't know. I think they might have broken it. Why do this to Afghanis? They would say that about America. And it'll, please get him in custody now. Well, you could. Did you know that you're gonna get welfare? You get welfare, okay? You bring these men into a community. Who would say that about walking first? I would be Instagram. I never. Why are you shouting at an upper middle class black lady while you sit there and talk about masturbating at children in the community? It's an incredibly dangerous weapon thing he's on. Really, he's on some kind of thing that stalls cars that the police use for in progress arrest, and he's using it to rape women constantly. He's aiming at my head 24/7. I have a splitting headache. I thought he's aiming at my chest and head. I'm being beaten literally to death and raped. I lay down upstairs. He immediately starts tensing my crotch as explicitly as possible. It's like it goes from the inside out. I need these men not at large. Not you go after me for appropriately reporting things. People always report to the news, and I don't know what that means. There's no such thing. Get off my head with that. Well, I do this a little on the side. Your people stop telling people your sexual assault device, which you very much use what you're on right now. Do sexual assault. No, I would think it's not if you're experienced it. Yeah. It might not be as interested in men or people of your class. I mean, just ordinary Bobby Hill goes by. They're not. He's into those. No, I'm absolutely positive he is electrocuting my face. My entire body is like vibrating at my face and my chest now, as well as my crotch, which is like tensing. And I need you not in community. It says, I need Otis Toole not cackling away when he could be croning. You're not cool. I'm a cool guy. Well, I'm not allowed to let them think they're cool when they commit crimes. I'm a law and order pedophile, a schizophrenic, sexually abusive, domestically abusive, law and order pedophile. Okay. That's why I would say you or him. Well, that could be me. I would talk. Would you get him out of my house? Where is that voice coming from? Really? On that. He can't break in and like wire my new apartment. He didn't pay for the $250,000 apartment, which is a great price for this place. Yeah, I told you. No, not masturbate their crotches, which is a hideous sensation and very much a sexual assault tool and device, which these animals have used for years. Is correct. And then he tells them they're on with the entire Nazi army that did ungodly acts of home invasion, gang rape, and murder. No, he said, I told you not to send this out to every single person in Arkansas's court system again. I now have every police department member on planet Earth watching you do that. You got what I sent out. I need to check in, but I'm barely, I'm copying and pasting at this point. I know this isn't, this is a serious criminal situation where the person's not doing anything. Nobody's threatening you. This Casper's going to the dentist with her mother. That's like been all throughout. What's going on? Really? Yeah, like that was, you kidnapped me 10 years later, and it's like, you all had what I was sending out. Well, that could be threats. To have him arrested because he's actually breaking the law, whoever he is. Whoever created this evidence that is stalking me. No. Which, if you don't want to be threatened with arrest, then, don't break the law. You better stop doing that, Bob, where you did that, and you need to be reported and arrested. That's technically against the law, so. And then my mother, literally, you'd see it. Maybe I wish I had I don't especially. It's the women like sitting in Starbucks drinking macchiatos or something. Yeah, there's nothing going on in this. How many break into your house here? I'm missing the other samurai sword that we've collected over the years at my house in Cary. Yeah, like I looked everywhere and it's not anywhere, but I probably just drug it off somewhere. I don't know why they leave the other two. They stalk on cell phones all day, and they use stuff to break in, and the neighbor's house burned down. Okay, this is really serious crime, and I'm literally being like beaten to death. I don't know what electrocuting brain with whatever that is does, or your chest. It felt like I was about to pass out and die. I had a horrible headache. You wouldn't believe the amount of electrocution body mass from he's taken. My legs are like electrocuted. What with the swelling of the legs now aimed at our head, and that's actually caused by the devices they're on. That's for in progress arrest of Otis tool only. You don't do that to the brand new car again, or take the license for 2 years. Yeah, this has gone on enough. You're out of here. Oh, you put it down, Hootis. You have to handle. You're on in prison. The computer's taking your name and hates you. There's multiple pedophiles in different houses. Oh, it's built for that. That's me, the police computer, Drew County Sheriff's computer. Built for catching those guys on to catch a predator that give out links to children's bedrooms. And all the other dirty to catch predators. It's just the Drew County Sheriff's Department computer. It doesn't really know anything else. Apparently you can make a computer do something because it's just an electronic device. Then you carried on too much in front of the computer, and the computer gave you. This Casper has no idea what's going on. Remember, they turned it off on the computer. You're on now, so I mean, you might not get caught if you just don't go away. They'll just turn it off. Along with other house painters that want to masturbate these things. Because that's what it is. Yeah. In being kids' bedrooms. And then I'm not aiming at my crotch and my head just a little bit. Get off my face! And then that did cause the leg swelling, and we can't have you doing that to the person's head and chest. Out of here, out of here, out of here before you kill Miss Gassler. Or these children, because we'll go and do it right away to any kids he's got. It's a comic. We're out of here now. He literally just reached the jail, he's in. They're just sitting in Carroll County jail. He's why he's mad. Yeah. Okay, you need to get in the Berryville, Arkansas, Carroll County Jail right now out of Carroll County Sheriff's Department. What the hell? What did it just say? Oh, there's my head and there's my genitals. It says, because those actually belong to me. Why isn't this man in custody? Also, I fell asleep. I just said it just hit me in the head, the chest, and the nose, apparently. Cross-eyed. Okay. Why isn't this man in custody yet? Okay. My head, my house, and my crotch are not this man's. You gotta be kidding me. Custody, you understand that? No, you cannot use that. No, I'm positive. He said maybe some. No, there's nothing else going on. Would you get in the Carroll County Jail area? And I need these men in custody right now. It is correct. The fact that you let these animals that created this evidence stalk me this long, as I reported it every day to you. What did it just say? Out of your people? It said it owns your genitals and your head and your body. And this is in this apartment. And you're not allowed in this part of town with these men. These men, no, these men are never allowed in this part of town. Have they ever been in their entire lives before? That's not a serious enough in progress arrest to use that kind of force again out of you, much less with the rest of it. If I were him running off snatching a child in progress, would you get off my head? You could cause the swelling is from your electrocution. You know what brain swelling can do to a person's body? And do you have no morals whatsoever? All of you. But the burden of proof is always with the. What did you do in Cary with this case? And Raleigh? The incredible amounts of crime you committed. No! Get him off of me! that caused the swelling, you disgusting son of a bitch. You know, my ear just started really, really ringing. Are you trying to permanently brain damage his ass now? After kidnapping her for a year, sexually assaulting her 24/7 for the last 2 years, and robbing her and her family of a brand new $25,000 vehicle with these men, wrongful taking away my driver's license, sexually abusing and stalking me for 10 years as hideously as possible, moving into my apartment, do sexual assault and neighborhood pornography as badly as possible for the last 15 years, kidnapping me and robbing my family again. Attempting to murder or cause irreparable damage to the person's brain, body, psychologically abuse, wives on everybody else they have, that brand new vehicle again. Okay, already with wives who are not in custody. No, Huda! You did not hit me in the face all day yesterday with the thing, even, and not get arrested! And also the crotch! You don't kidnap me for a year for these men out of those incredible slithering monsters and beasts. Well, they shit mental illness, so now I'm not allowed in my community, my job. So a middle bit, I don't really care what happens to you. I just need you out of my house. The police have to enforce whatever laws there are. No, there's definitely laws if you committed a crime. And you owe me damages and my family damages for everything you've done. What's the end of that? You have to be arrested and put in prison. Anyone who's been an offender in this, an active offender, and there's the highest restraining order against you ever getting out and committing a crime again, or interacting with me or anyone else or my family. He is not lightly hitting me in the head or the chest. He is training at full force at my brain area and chest. He can literally cause heartburn and heart palpitations or something in it. Well, I didn't know. Well, he was able to arrest you when you were just in progress again. He attempted to do that before. Okay, I want to ask you that is what you knew you did. How many times did I report these men to you? It's reported as it is there, which is fine. It's appropriate. It's also not diseased or defective. No, I do it anyway because I'm allowed. I've gotten away with it for this long by doing that. So I'm going to continue to do that. I fell asleep. I could have been killed. And you didn't care enough to get these men into custody. Checked in that she's being beaten in the face and head and chest area badly enough. She's afraid she's going to suffer irreparable physical damage. And also she's being sexually assaulted in a first-degree felonious way. And you have not, you can't allow that to occur. That's correct. You can't allow the son of Sam to do that to the other son of Sam. Although, and they're in jail or something. I don't know if I would go in the son of Sam versus the son of Sam cell. Is one much smaller than the other one? It's funny. You're just not allowed to do it. Well, you're not allowed to own those. I'm allowed to break in and look around. Tell me, who gave Otis, why are we under the great wazoo Otis Toole? Those are my cleaning boot and that's your boot nose. Excuse me? Where are my genitals? Why can't I see them anymore? The thing goes, I'm going to run around under your sheets and to find your genitals. Well, that's a really high-class guy. I'm not just like the dirtiest. Get off my head with that thing. That goes for anybody else on with the Casper's T-Mobile account. It's correct also. He's all you have to activate what he's using now. Really? No, he wants to see, now he's on somebody else's T-Mobile account. It's probably correct. If you turned yours off and buried it under enough Faraday cloth, you actually should cut the signal off, which is quite a lot. So he's now on the neighbor's T-Mobile account, which according to you, the nearest ones around have children. The ones right across the street have 2 little girls that I've seen multiple times leaving that house now. Getting into that, somebody has a Mercedes SUV, which these guys have no respect for whatsoever. And the neighbors next door, which are, one's a pretty lady. And 2 little, I think 1 little child already. My dad talked to him. It might be 1 and soon to be 2. Okay. It's correct. It's a nice African American couple. Yeah. We didn't like. I would say the African American would like the day because they do it. That was the most schizophrenic, retarded man ever. I said, get him out of Raleigh with that thing. Instead, he hasn't bothered to change any of the passwords, it says. So this man on that, he's definitely picked up stuff along the road. You were committing incredible acts of stalking, sexual abuse in your time in North Carolina, which you did 24/7 in Millionaires Row and on the suburban golf course neighborhoods in one of the more affluent areas that's probably going to be the most affluent area in Raleigh. We have gotten no calls about Miss Casper in the 15 years. You took her entire working life. Okay, it is correct. It's a normal morning. You took every second of my day with sexual abuse and domestic violence and crime. Apparently his crimes are like beyond comparison due to the incredible sexual abuse and domestic abuse and gang rape nature of the men you bring into communities out of like the same groups and the same group in Arkansas. It's true, these men have had the sexual assault device they're on now, which is hideously painful. Do you understand that? You are, in fact, the worst bunch of gang rapists, criminals, carjackers, robbers possible. You need to take your meds. And I need this man in custody with all this. Miss Casper's mental health is just fine, as always out of these men, is what it says that. These men could not get through high school on some of the men they bring into communities. Get off my head with that. on whatever's going on, like the corrections worker. We've noticed this before. These men will have zero credentials. He's sexually assaulting and beating children with the same thing, where he hits them in the face, the head. The one in Las Vegas would not let you hit people in the head. Yes, this is a police device. We feel that using electronic warfare devices that they use it against, because we could have terrorists out there. You could actually have sniffing paddock out there. Stop telling it. Miss Casper and these children are sniffing paddock in progress, or you in progress. Yeah, that's so bad I would do that. A little, see how I take it to Buddhist is what he's calling a child in the back that he's apparently doing this to. Would you check the police roster in your area and see if men, hysterical families are calling the police? Well, I'm allowed to break things. And police, the most wonderful animals in the world. Apparently, actually, police, men in uniform have committed the most hideous acts of crime beasts have ever committed. In law enforcement and military. Yeah. So we don't, no, that's very much correct. Men in uniform. That thing is a swastika. That thing, there is no, that's why I took umbrage to that. I think I'm sure was being silly, but that is the stupidest thing anybody ever said. Bad. is like the lieutenant colonel. That's technically a colonel, high rank compared to Tony Adam, the detective pig. Yeah. But it's a colonel because it's a non-commissioned officer and it's the highest level officer you can get to. No. Would you get him off of that thing? No, I'm allowed to electrocute. This Casper could be in progress and have mental health. Who does? Well, these are his things, his genitals. No, his genitals are here. Would you get it out of their apartment right now? He's electrocuting the woman in the face and the head. The thing caused the leg swelling. Well, I'm allowed to cause permanent damage. I was able, you're a sewer of that the incredible fish of animals at the White County Courthouse. The incredible animals. Jim, that's why, no, not Jim, the lowest bid ever criminally brought into communities. Okay, because the White County Prosecutor's Office upheld the warrant that a man in Arkansas had put out for you that was these men that you reported every single week your evidence was created and you were a kidnapping victim. And your parents reported to us as you were being kidnapped by these men. Enough with the child rape in progress 24/7 out of Carroll County. And the kidnapping. Get him in custody and off of law enforcement technology out of the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. You just got a copy. Okay, I gotta get Otis Tool off you and your body and these children before they're permanently harmed. Correct? Yes. We also have to return all your property, including the equivalent of your vehicle. That waste. Now I'm going to make her this pretty in depth. This thing was bad news. Day one. Bad news bears is what everybody calls them. Day break 9 from Buffy is also what people call them. We all watch that show. Mr. Foe is on it. Everything else is around popular. Like Batman, but vampires. It's watchable. It's on the phone, not because you said it, he just reminded them of that. Yeah, because he talks about children and stuff. Baseball 9. Yeah. The monster in a baseball outfit that'll kill you. They put him in the hospital that attacks the little boy in his at Little League. I told you to get her out of care. Is a response back? Really? I mean, everybody needs crime looked into. How much crime did you commit with Otis Toole, and how malicious and intentional was it? Is the problem. Have the jurisdiction to release the prisoner is not correct. We can't have you hitting children in the face 24/7. Also. It causes a splitting headache right away on her. Everything you're getting, the children, for some reason, it condenses in a child's body. The fact that this damn thing is willing to do this, yeah, on your idiot computer is at the greatest reason. yesterday, it was a man with intestines hanging out of his back. He stuffed something up his butt. And they found him and they stood it back in. It was a nice looking Chinese man that they had kidnapped. Because they're an international company of this guy everywhere. With glasses. Like Chandra. And the computer's on the warpath audit. Theirs is. Apparently the Black Hand company in this uses ordinary American computer stuff, which is all good guys. It doesn't know what to do whenever it has any sentience. It has a reasonable amount as a uh, basically a big airport computer. But it's completely isolated inside their company. So the resident evil bank computer hates them. That's just using, driving the car. This is where I'm afraid of. They're in the cellars. And trash. Try that again. There's message saying union strike is over. You're not allowed to use any blocking. Is anybody in a sewer? Oh, the union strike is over. Let Super Mario's in. And the Ninja Turtles. And Mr. Sparkle. Mr. Sparkle. From the Simpsons episode. Why does Mr. Sparkle look like me? Homer. And it's actually squished together up of a squid or an octopus. And I'm not sure. Because a fishbowl company also owns a soapflakes company. Something. And Dilbert or something. Trash break is over. You have to let Enterprise in. Black Candle Enterprise to do inspections. Mr. Sparkle, Blue Candle Enterprise, Light Blue Candle Enterprise, and Yellow Candle Enterprise for trash. Yellow and green. You just set up a waste management building. We have yellow and green. Your gang colors are actually just waste management colors. That's why you're the pinks. And I really said, get him out of here. Our sheriff's department's in here again. For you to arrest them and all good tomatoes, that's the end of it. They're going in too for child molestation and sexual assault. This is the Crawford County Sheriff's Department. The Connolly County Sheriff's Department. Pretty damaged also. In that power. He's sick and broke. And stuff to broke stuff. They do. And can't do that. I mean, it's not legalizable. You can't make that legal. It's too dangerous. Everything in the against the law pile is against the law for a reason. Everything else is just awful. You can't jaywalk here. It's too big risk. You can't get wrong. You think you can't do wrong. We're gonna fight on you. You're breaking every law known to God and man. It is attempted murder and attempted malicious assault to cause physical permanent harm. That's correct. Also, this is like a $15 million lawsuit to pay out for all the victims. At least it's like a $30 million settlement to pay out to all the victims of Otis Tools over here's sexual abuse to us. Because by the end of it, you let him run around for 20 years on the thing. And he sexually assaulted so many women and children and men. It went through so many bank accounts criminally and everything else. They did so much home invasion, with the worst malice and intent, privacy. Kidnap you. Tax dollars well spent all around. You're going to have to turn in and they're going to confiscate every bit of your property towards that. That's how it works, all of you. Because you're as openly as possible. You're what now? Poor Miss Casper's when you pushing your pants. Is your property what now? And the little girl whose name is what now? Little Miss CITTY Boutress also starts crying because it's her in the head and we think it's even stronger because she's small and it sort of condenses. Her mother must be calling the police. It's correct because it's so bad. They could think she's having a mental health illness. I need to get these men out of my house so my body heals, so my arms are, I'm not, this is too much. They're showing signs. I have like electrocution marks all up and down my legs, I think, that are actually from that. Sometimes, like and then I have broken capillaries that could be, from sleeping sitting up. But I've never, you'd be reaching age, but, but all I come in, there's like red marks underneath my skin, all the way up my legs and arms. The leg swelling was from that thing. Okay, that's an electronic grounding device for cars she's aiming at people also, that they figured out they can use to generate a pulse device, a pulse therapy device inside the person's body that they really are moving outward, you can tell, on the genital area. That's why if you cover your front, you're gonna have to cover your whole back and also. Almost nothing blocks the thing because it's for law enforcement. If you're not allowed to block law enforcement, and if they have to take you downtown to the court, which is why the court has to say no if the dog does something weird. Sounds like fun. Weekend parade on Las Vegas Strip celebrates U.S. athletes. No, not go. Get away from that computer system right now. You are not authorized to use it. That is something you use if you're going to do a warrantless, like search with it. You're going to have to declare it. Yeah, in the court. That goes back to Little Rock. If this is a thing, because there's so many counties, you should running around by yourself. They used to get them. It's time to take this in custody. It's not just embarrassing, it's hideous. Because rarely enough unions break over and they're blocking all help. You can try all that because of that. The electrocution breaks, electronics devices. That's enough breaks electronics device. You would aim at not at a human body unless it's Otis tool in progress. We can't believe you're not dead. All of them. Who are you? And go call the police outside of the ones you called. You have to, otherwise you're going to go down with it. You have to be charged with them. You've been hanging out enough to know all this stuff. Try to straight work. No, I can feel my feet like vibrating. You all usually get your legs and your feet vibrate and other stuff vibrates. Really, it'll make you literally like see like stars. No, you do not trade it at my temples. And then I said get Otis Toll in custody right now, as soon as we got this also. Now, let's consider that. Whoever's considering it's got to go in also. That makes him feel hot. How? You said that for months. I need him not aim it at your genital area, zoomed in on the genitals, on a scanner. That you got under a Faraday blanket that is halfway over your legs. There's the other Faraday blankets. They can't see your genitals. No, I know where they are because we took a scan of that area, is what it's for. So now you have to move where you're sitting. I say. And that's going to make you feel like you're suffocating, which is okay. I'm allowed to aim it at their chest there. It's cutting off air appropriately. We feel. Because this woman was told no, and she's still doing it. So I'm using electronic deterrent to sexually assault her and also deter. Hobo is a disrespectful term unless maybe you're Singaporean or Philippine. That makes you feel like you're having a heart attack. I feel like I'm having a heart attack. Now, how many times did you do that to my mother? So that my mother ended up, I thought it was funny. Didn't I tell you to get him out of the villages? It's just that location. That's a location a serious criminal goes to. A pedophile, like a pedophile, even. They say Crawford, Texas, called the police. No, it's a problem. She needs to take her medication on this. This woman has gone insane again. It is her hypersexualization. Yes, I called in this second psych evaluation. I evaluated the woman's mental health through stalking her. And because of my superior position in law enforcement related employment, I felt it was an acceptable thing to do this, even though I don't have mental health credentials. I've interacted enough with this woman to believe this is the case. Yes, I can even talk. Me, Huda. That's all you need to know. How interesting a Huda is. Well, you do that, lady. Huda, I said, get him off of that. No, so feel that's like somebody's really masturbating your cleaning booth. I bet they even like that, even. Well, you said it, lady. And I need him not doing that 24/7 on that thing. Orgasm for me, old gooch. So you can talk to your genitals. Genitals a little girly twirly. Come on. Yeah, you like that, don't you, little girl thrust crotch? He says this kind of stuff all the time. Get him off of that thing. I can Tony gang raped Annetto the Beast into custody. John Wayne Gacy is not running loose in law enforcement. Get him off of me with that. If Miss Casper survives this again, we'll be surprised out of your people watching what you're doing, which you are as openly as possible offended in relation to. He says he's gone back to the same little girls from the apartment family who's called the cops multiple times now in the Villages area, Florida, near Pinellas Village. Pinellas Village, which I posted. It says that there. Who are also just trying to get up and go to the, for a zoo trip at grandma's over summer vacation. You lady, when I'm a hardworking man. Well, that makes them feel like they're going to throw up. No, he's still going to masturbate a little bit. You were told no a little by your court system. We got our ruling, our wonderful law enforcement in Raleigh, North Carolina and Wake County. Oh, no, I have to correct. That's Wake County. It carries in Wake County. His expertise was necessary there. Huda is practically like an illiterate in that. It's kind of correct. Really, yeah. Like, I don't know where you found these ones. They're really not. He wanted this house cased again. I don't care where you end up, messed up. You need to not be doing this right now. And then not electrocute the woman hideously badly. Do you realize that the electrocution device he's using is incredibly painful? He's been training it on Miss Casper's body 24/7 for the last years. 2 years we've been watching this. Since February. I need him not able to interact with the people reporting him for things. Well, they're still going to masturbate them. Oh, look, this is how many people are released those. They don't even get that. He said no. Okay? He said no. Our wonderful employees at the Fed in Virginia agreed. Well, if Wake County was doing it, no, you're incredible, low criminal men you bring into communities and things is correct without accountability. They're barking at the beast. I didn't say allow for men to get in? Well, I'm a sneak pig. Yeah. So is the rest of those things, and they apparently commit ungodly acts of crime. He said he didn't want this online. Okay? When an Annetto says something, it means something. Okay? When a man tells someone not to do something, no! That's scratching one side of their genital area, which is called that. And yes, anything happening during in-progress arrest is acceptable. We're in progress again because Miss Casper needs to be taken in for mental health when she reports me. So this is what he's been doing all this, which has been reported over and over and over again to those in the villages. You do not break in to look around in Miss Casper's apartment. And I need you not bringing these men into custody, into the community. Look, it blocked all those. No. Conway County, Arkansas says no, because the vicious Huda is the pig of the beast, the animal, the lowest rapist, gang rapist, murderer, robber, and home invader. The lowest kidnapper and criminal. Mike Smith was not allowed to look at that because it involved a Cody gang rape by middle. When a John Wayne beast pig detective gang raped the animal in it. Okay, so we gotta get the child rapist out of here right now. It says. No, we do not run over to another. I know that would apply if they were doing it against the law. Ms. Casper's not. Okay, do you understand? That's in like retarded man again. That's very dangerous. And they need you in custody now. You're supposed to have a GED. You're supposed to have a high school diploma and be a clean living person. You also get additional training through, like guide bills and stuff. You don't just walk in here with nothing going for you past your March Mandarin college degree. You're in a wealthy MBA part of town interacting with lawyers with law degrees. Well, you lady, and no, there's no need to scream at Miss Casper. Well, they said no because we support Annetta. This is Annetta. And I need, where's the jail guards around you, wherever you are, is what he said. We're going to need you to take these men into custody faster as soon as they start talking about sexually assaulting children. And then we're going to get you out of uniform right now. He said, I need this blocked. I need this off the internet. That makes them feel hot. I'm allowed to do that. This could get it into custody. And the Lake County Prosecutor's Office is online too. We're going to have to shut you down now. You can't pull ranks to do things in the villages. Does that make sense? And I need you not being incitatory. The problem is the guy talking about breaking in has also talked about breaking in to commit gang rape, to rape the women, and to kidnap them, and to rape children and kidnap them, and to do home invasion rape. He's as open as possible as an identity like home invasion robbery. No, this horror is never going to end. Do you realize I forced gang rape interaction, and I forced carjacking, car theft, kidnapping, robbery, sexual abuse, domestic violence. On a daily basis, I committed the incredible amounts of crime I forced upon Miss Casper and the Casper family in her life and $700,000 house. parents. Because Tony, Detective Gangway Peg, was brought into a community. On the incredible amounts of crime we've committed is correct. Out of here, out of here, out of here, it says. If Carroll County, Arkansas Sheriff's Department does not get this into custody right now, you will all spend, we're going to put him in prison and to death. You're sexually assaulting children, that's the end of it. We're worried about, that could be dangerous to a hoodoo. I don't care what happens to Miss Casper. They would say that to me. They don't care what happens to her. Shut the hell up, Otis. Fool. I was being instigated. I didn't get, and then thank you. Now I can truly see my body to work it over. Thank you for Gateway for Little, the dirtiest animal. What's with 3 o'clock in the morning out of here? Why does it go back at 3 in the morning? It's 3 o'clock in the morning. We work a night shift. The people in Cary, I said get him in custody now and out of the homes in White Plains, New York again. Suburban, wealthy neighborhoods on these kinds of men. You committed, no, that I swear under oath, I actually could not and would not think to make it up. The incredible horror of the criminals you bring into American communities. The incredible evil of the incredible beast. Because of the interaction or enough to not be getting false positives. The incredible filth of the beast of crime. The incredible crime you brought into a law-abiding otherwise area and community with your incredible criminal employees. The incredible crimes you beast committed. The foulest crime anyone has ever committed in America have been your incredibly low hiring. Your incredibly dangerous men you brought into American communities. And these are very law-abiding people. Does that make sense? Or it's just, so somebody, we have a way we handle crime in Cary and White County. And it's not what the beast, John Wayne, the animal, gang rape, domestic violence, carjacking, Anetos did. Really violated all procedure, policy, all laws known to God and man with his home invasion, kidnapping, and his consistent doggedly hanging around and showing up at 4 o'clock in the morning to do stuff at the Casper's house. They named him not running loose in Millionaire's Row and suburban golf course communities. The thing heads right towards the neighborhood schools. Also, everybody reports that there are men that show up at the schools and they don't know why, that are some of the most sexually abusive and pedophilic criminals you could never imagine. And domestically abusive criminals. It's going to be these animals. Who to say a member of law enforcement. You do not use that as a tool of the worst offending animals could ever get into. Your foul behavior and insane behavior. No, and then I'll go back to doing that. My cousin Sura Pig, the lowest white trash in the history of human rights videos, is out of there. Get off my head with that thing. No, they would criticize what a man that was just risking and endangering his life to get a dangerous perk like Miss Casper and the Casper family out of there to cite the dirtiest animal in the world, the Huda sewer pedophile Itvanduda. Is that this just with the Tony Adams, an incredibly dangerous sexual abuser and burglar and window crawling rapist? It's 4 o'clock in the morning. You're hanging around outside of a woman's house all day and night. It's called being a window crawling rapist in your behavior. You didn't believe all that. It was about the incredible gang rape, bestial body of the lowest domestic abuser to know a brain as low. Do you understand? Do due to the fact that we've been verified and require any credentials at all. I'll tell you. Hold on, touch you a clitty better. Carry on, my dear. I'm not even allowed to say my dear. It's ooze out of my slithering, sexist, sexually abusive, dominant, schizoid, effective criminal behavior of a man. She's pretty. Can't do that, dear. Because a little was no, not vibrate her crotch and punch her in the face. Well, she's talking back to a bulbous, dripping voice and the erection of you. Sugar, gay, rapist, Italian beast, animal, mentally retarded, rape stallion, and car seat beast. You know, the kidnapping, slithering, pedophilic, hoodoo, lord, you animal, the satanic pedophile, the dirtiest sexual abuser ever brought into communities. Antonio has raped Miss Casper's life more hideously than we've ever seen. Antonio is still in the police department. The Wayne County Prosecutor's Office employs that committed all the crime here. You were made aware that Miss Casper was being kidnapped and they needed to see the evidence in her case all throughout. Not sexually assault the woman's genitals. They go tee. They're talking back to. It's because I was electrocuting them so bad. They talk about the penis dangling on that urine shit and sewer crusted swastika of the lowest uniform ever worn. You know, the lifetime of the lowest criminal, insane beast animals. What if they could hurt a Toyota child? Because they said bringing Toyotas into wealthy, law-abiding suburban communities that is lumbering, sure, the thick and filthy smees. So I brought total pedophiles into your high school that then wandered over into the middle school, and I allowed and sexually abused all the children on, I swear under oath, the same electrocution tank you're using now sometimes. Would slither through a window with a totally gay reaper needle and his hoodoo friends on. And the slithering, bestial, pedophile, rapist, gang rapist, home invader, robber, monster. The totally gay rape detective paid a needle. That's actually correct. Ripley's, believe it or not, is not appropriate. Get off my head with that! Well, I didn't think they had a headache for shouting. But they would shout and hoot at it. Can we not get along? What? No, we do not get along with absolute white trash marooners! Marooning incredibly low-class criminal males employed out of anywhere in town employment that don't need a credential among them. Is and was the problem. Because Huda, with the dirtiest animal's body, the insane decision-making of the Huda town employ it, and the state employ it. The incredible crimes committed by the beast incarnate in the skin of man and animal. The Smee and the Toyota. Get off my head with that thing. That is going to be the perp. The same as this. The incredible one of the perps, filth. Well, I would think that could be hypersexualization. They didn't have liquor. The widespread use is terrifying. Of the incredible filth of the home invader, burglar, robber, Mr. Sewer Pig Mendez from Toledo, Texas. The lowest class man in the hood. But you can't tell because it's the filthiest, you're filthy, creepy white van, domestic violence, and I'm just a mentally retarded punkarelli bombing and weaving. Because we got a culture in law enforcement. Yeah, we're cool guys in here. Cool guys from Meineke in your community, breaking the law. Yeah, nobody, that nobody allows him to do that. No, I'm still going to touch on that. I'm a compulsive sex offender. When people think about the men they look in the face as to the beast of white trash filth, Mr. Sewer It Sinclair's towny monsters. No, that electrocutes their genital area, not their head. Like you would have boiled intestines if it was going to hurt your head, young lady. To say thank you, that Luda sloshed at the stain of the lowest child rapist and monster and the lowest country that could ever exist. That would bring Tony Edelman to nice communities. Well, look what I can do with this. Yeah, look what Tony Edelman could do with it. He can crawl through any woman's window, and the dirtiest pig in the world, the Tony Edelman can rape it. This is his chair, and he's gonna slither through windows the filthiest gang rapist and rapist and pedophile criminal to ever exist, the lowest window crawling Meineke employee to ever exist, and Smee, the dirtiest, lowest corrections maintenance man that could ever happen. Who's actually town law enforcement also? Tony Gang Rapanetto, the lowest bunch of men and criminals to ever congregate. Again, which it says on. It's just a fact. The men that cruise around on the cable satellite with law enforcement tech, which law enforcement security had access to. How extremely freakishly bad were the Lake County authorities in this? So these men are sitting in sort of these little private offices. That's a guy from a Penske truck in the Northeast. That's why he's not allowed to do anything. Get off my head with that again. I can see it now. You have to wear your hood to hide from Huda. Huda, I was told not to do this anymore. It says, I was not told to continue to sexually assault the woman to death. And assault the woman to death. Nor was I told to call around and tell some insane story to absolute white trash local law enforcement members in ours also. He said, look, if I can find that at all. I couldn't find that at all with that thing. That's why I hate those. These things really block. Okay, I was told to get Otis Tola out of uniform. He said, I told you not to do this. Instead, he raped, gang raped, pedophilically raped, gang raped, more hideously. He sexually tortured women and children more hideously than any group of men have ever sexually tortured women and children. Are all any of these men running in to go, yeah, we're sorry about that? Actually, all of North Carolina law enforcement supports Tony Edelman in pedophilic gang rape, home invasion, if he wants to do it in suburban golf course communities. I get it. Usually, your people get bailed out and they're in a whole lot of trouble. Unless they kill their wives with antifreeze, and then they go to prison forever, I guess. But yeah, sometimes those bail out for a while too. Well, that could be you. Well, we still no. You don't actually monitor them. You certainly don't monitor them like this. That's why Tony Edelman argued that Mr. Mendez goes back. No, Mr. Mendez pays Will Hobbs back. He's not. No, Mr. Mendez gets to be all over the woman. Mr. Mendez gets to sexually abuse the woman. Dirty Tony Edelman from the Penske truck. Gets the Latino Italian man. Yeah. He gets to do that there. No, he couldn't do that there. And I know you were told not to do anything anywhere right then. Much less, I could break things in the house. I'm going to go electrocute their air conditioner till it costs, 10,000, good one. We should break everything so they can't hole up in their houses. He was told not to continue to report me. Tony Edelman tells people no. They can't start a campaign against getting Tony Edelman out of sheriff's department. You can be censored or charged. You'll bail out again, but they could hold you longer for like lying. Like if you were lying and saying, Todioto's a pedophile? Really? Okay. Hey, you actually, it's correct. You have to be charged for referring to Mr. Casper as a pedophile in any way if it turns out the evidence is created, which has been reported to you over and over again. That's correct. Yeah. He's committing a crime with the perp. Which you did, yes. My slithering schizoid affective Huda mouth did that multiple times, even though I was aware of the situation completely. And enough so that even a man with whatever's going on with your brain can understand it just fine. Huda, get off the electrocution device trained at the woman's head and heart area. Now. No more chest palpitations on grandma. And whatever sent grandma into my mother, older. Whatever threw my mother into the wall. He's assaulting your mother. We knew that. He assaults your parents. Tim, I cannot have this man running loose in the town. But Adele's going to go back at 3 in the morning. Let's send him a little bit because I told him you want to send this out to all these men. In actual practical reality, that's why you need a lawyer like the Wilbur we picked that they can only use our Wilburs. Come on. We can only use our filthy Wilburs. That actually was a lawyer. Their Wilburs are not a lawyer. So the incredible lowness of the vicious, slithering Huda swastika of a court system. Because the most evil animal to ever undermine American democracy and America's legal system. The sewer it. Well, that's correct. You want to hire your own lawyer? He wasn't able to do anything. And you tried to talk directly to the prosecutor. No, never. Wilbur would say that. My slithering sewer swastika of an animal, the lowest criminal. Well, so we're a little crook like Mr. Sinclair's pedophile dozier school in here. That I bring pedophiles as low as Richard Huckle the Huda pig thing. Is that they can't believe that they felt entitled enough to do this. Like, there were so many people calling. The fact that he buffered you completely also, well, that's using someone other than the court system. You have to go through the Wake County court system. They even managed to write that down, but everybody is so incredibly stupid in relation to the actual functions of the legal system when Huda rearranges it a little bit for the filthiest criminal ever born. His crimes are like without comparison due to his incredible sexual abuse and violence the man committed. I apparently don't work for Otis Toole the ghoul at the jail. Also, get him off law enforcement technology, they said. That's a mentally retarded schizophrenic man in the background talking throughout all of this. Where is this man and he can get into our houses? How and he does what when he does? The international community could have known how to use that. That's correct. If you have something that can enable, apparently there was widespread use, and I don't I would not continue to go on about this because it sounds weird. It's just, it's so there. It is weird. It's weird. You can enable cable satellite to stalk and actually physically sexually assault the human body. Okay. You want to live in a higher apartment complex? That's probably correct because it's grounding devices. We were only on the third floor, but it had trouble getting in the house. We were on the third story of an apartment building. Yeah. It couldn't really get in our apartment. I said that. Wait for if they rigged an apartment complex with some device, then they could definitely turn it into the village of the damned. I'm actually positive. I've heard of such things, and that was going on. Yeah, where like a rape ghost that would electrocute you would crawl through. Well, who does slithering animal voice and the thing? You know, then apparently your employees were unbelievable out of what you brought into communities a bit. Did they say mental health? The guy that is actually a licensed and trained mental health professional, which they sort of use like this if the employee's bad. But they said they call the police, except they go and get like the school counselor is really strange. I'm not entirely sure. They don't quite remember. You don't know. I don't completely know. Yes. Okay. So no, you've never had any mental health diagnoses which said that there. You know, actually, you're lying, Todieto, because you know it said nothing there until a freak called it and something happened. Okay, which you needed to arrest the criminal. No, not aim at the woman's head and cross it. Tell me what to do now, then, if I'm not allowed in their part of the Carroll County Court area and jail area or something where these men are that they're committing. What are you're telling the sheriff's department in Carroll County they're not allowed in somewhere out of heaven. Okay? You're gonna have to go to jail now. That's the end of it. I mean, you know, the villages can't have men that have the capacity to do this in Florida. You know, apparently the body scanner hooked up to every single, you know, like it's to catch. I don't know what all this is. He said, I'm going to need your ability to allow corrections workers from the hood to be in houses in Lockmere, which they've abused since the 90s. The fact that you have these men cruising on CB radio in North Salem, New York, which is a very affluent area, we're absolutely positive. Well, did you talk back to the beauty of the Bronxville, Tony White trash in there? He's from the Bronxville. They don't care where the guy is from. It's the same as anything else. You know, they care only if it's a problem. As far as you can tell, that thing is from anywhere dilapidated northeast. Yeah. The incredible amounts of sexual crime these men have committed on these devices that they're on right now. Apparently, he really just raped that child. What I agree with is that the town law enforcement and maintenance men are something weird. So, you know, I don't know what is cruising around your community. The incredible amounts of crime that you're incredibly low. Enough with the great Mr. Sinclair, the cult leader, or something weird. You are a prime suspect, but I have no idea. It was a crypt keeper that says, I went to masturbate. Really? On cable satellite, and then something like touches you. It was not as bad as it was in Boca. If your apartment complex has one of those things, and then I hid under the bed, it happened like once or twice. Oh, and it went away. And it was at the same time that there was a hoopla because somebody had come over from the high school almost or something, and somebody was stalking a little girl. Somebody come over from the high school and stalking a little girl in the grade above me that lived in a house or something. Or she lived, I don't know where she lived, but she lived somewhere. I want to say, really, yeah, like I remember she lived somewhere. That wasn't where I lived. It was like more in the Mr. compound area near the school. We were these dirty single men that lived alone without their mothers that were showing up in mass to teach or something. Out of Mr. P.D.O. Sinclair's, no longer goes to the Tokyo Union Baptist Church. Yeah. And is a schizoid affective monster. Out of that school. Shows up to teach. But because I really didn't interact with the thing outside of the crypt keeper scared me and then something electrocuted me. I had windows and we're only on the third floor like this big. And you could tell it was having trouble with the windows or something. It burned me and scared me and I hid under the bed and I never saw it again. Okay. So it very much could just be, since we lived in downtown Tokyo, which is a lovely place otherwise. No, your school system employees were some of the lowest men, again, ever brought into a community. And it was all male. It was the weirdest thing anybody could ever do. Okay. It was also the most schizophrenic and the most un-American thing. As far as context, everything done and said by those men. They were these filthy, Zeke-looking and schizoid affective, vicious Mr. Sinclair-looking predators. They were running them everywhere. They were very that 70s show on Zeke. It was like Detective Pate's attitude. Yeah. I mean, it was really all the way in Singapore. I have no idea why. They wandered into the other school I went to. Yeah. That is supposed to be one of like a very good school. That I got in by taking entrance exams. That I went and took myself because they were so wrong or something. Like I just took umbrage and it was hideous. They liked me, okay. Of course they cruised around with this shady hood rat man that was the school counselor for no reason. It looked right out of downtown. So we exported ourselves overseas. From where, I don't know. McHoogsville of death. But I don't have any disease or defect, even though Mr. Schizophrenic Nancy's of death. Yeah, I mean, Nathan the pedophile, Zeke's and Detective Pate. There's the guy that's, like, what does Detective Pate have? Yeah, they all got something. But I'm not diseased or defected, and I barely saw that part of school counseling. Yeah. I was never heard my mother call anybody like stinky crotch before. That's a swinger. Not quite like that, really. Yeah. Or really, the female school counselor, my mother did not like her. And I mean, I got along okay with her. I wasn't paying attention. My mother just took umbrage. Like, she'll put up with lesbians just fine. She'll put up with them. But they're kind of conservative. She likes, like, the one at the golf course at McGregor is her friend. Well, okay, so the golf instructor that's gay is her friend. Yeah, my mom likes her just fine. Why? Because the woman's at a golf course in McGregor. So she actually has a reason to be there. No, absolutely. Really, yeah. No, it's like a pedophile man or something that's all being awful. Bringing her in to teach the 16-year-old girls or something. Yeah, she's not like just Lane Maxwell, and she's a hideous schizoid having a weird party or something. But it's a different breed. Some of them are homosexual females. You can, right, people really mention, say that. You have to watch for that. It'll be this big, dirty, googly male doing it. Yeah. For some reason, it's a cycle of sexual abuse and domestic violence that the dirty male gets the notion into his head. He tends to be googly. And he's very motivated. Really, yeah. And he really is partying. The woman's like 6 away. And evil. The ordinary one does actually nothing. You're sure positive. Same as everybody else. Okay. How is these people are really engaging in blurry and probably brain damaged behavior? The male's googly. I mean, he might be functioning somewhere else. He could be having a momentary googly day, a bad day. Really, it's googly. But I mean, how is the intern like the end of 23 if you're in college stuff or 19? Yeah, that's correct. I'd be afraid the intern accidentally is doing something to somebody else because interns are all googly. Which the abuser will tell you, like they're doing something to them. But okay. The abusers usually like lie about the victims, and defame them. Okay. The woman's on the golf course in McGregor, like for a reason. I think she lives in McGregor. Okay. So the other guy that lives in Boca Raton is fine. Yeah. When you bring in like random and a sundry. This thing where it's like the Stanford prison experiment. Stanford prison experiment. It's the Stanford prison experiment. Put to view. Well, it could be the Stanford prison experiment. Here we have Stanford, random, Wendell, North Carolina, people that live in a modular home and work in corrections, versus Stanford, Connecticut, in the Stanford prison experiment, which is very easy to remember from school. It's in California next to Berkeley. Yes, I visited. Okay, so this way, the attitude corrections worker just naturally takes this sort of dominance position needs to quit. Okay, I don't need really blue collar ready Tanya. You don't need that. We can't have it as a society. Like losing his context. I don't know what she's doing. Maybe she's not losing context. Okay, lady, you need to sense of time and space. So everybody lives in a house. Anything wrong with living in a modular home on a piece of land in Wendell, in Stanford? It's just that this person's got a really, sort of pushy and all over everything, and there's not anything, they don't interact with proper manners. Yeah. They're sort of pushy all over everything, touching everything, eating everything. If something happens, oops, sorry. Okay. But you probably did something terrible. I seem like I hit my head. I'm not very well educated. Yeah. So you always stand out, proper manners is, hello, it's nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Tanya. I'll just be over the fence. And all over everything. Did you say something about you? No, it's in your chart because we have to check. And that applies to like actual stuff in the adult world. And we don't want Mr. Schizophrenic pedophile Sinclair running loose anywhere else. Really? Yeah. It's just they remember a hideous pedophilic predator and they're not sure why. Well, don't live in the middle of downtown. He got out in North Salem just fine. Well, they're actually from, Pittsburgh they're actually from Philadelphia in suburbia. It's the same. That is a random hood rat from anywhere in Philadelphia's, anywhere area in suburbia and urban decay. It's working class. Kind of, If we were actually to demographically sort it, what group of working class is this person? And then how is it affecting their behavior and appropriate behavior and more criminal tendencies. Your working class is this employee of Duke Energy at a ordinary working class level. Like a person up a cherry picker sometimes. Okay. And the thing is too, like, why is the man running and leaping and screaming and getting into anything around, like a Duke Energy employee for many years? But you're not, I came to work, I did the specific task I was supposed to do. Well, that could be you, lady. I wasn't over there, was it messing with dad over there, was up there. I just did everything that I was supposed to do today and went home. Is there any other workplace where these guys just allowed to take absolute liberties all the time? Toyota gets out and gets into every neighborhood. No, shut it off now. You're being read the riot act on the phone upstairs, where in office you are. There are about 40,000 police watching you do that on that thing, is the concern. Or watching you do that. I was watching Red Ring back. I'm watching a black perfect blue movie. It's so cute. I'm gonna scratch the head. Where's him, Becky? Oh, wow. So you let you left alone in your lovely apartment in Raleigh. That these men committed incredible amounts of crime against your life out. Have you ever interacted with women 24/7 before? Okay, in anything you're arguing. No, you didn't need to monitor Miss Casper 24/7. It's time for you to. Why would you need to do that? You kidnapped Miss Casper. Okay, your evidence is the created evidence. Falsified evidence is made up and created in schizophrenic sex offender with a crush, which is all you are. You moved in and absolutely terrorized the woman. No, you can't murder her as you go finally get arrested or something. Also, Miss Kathy, who's on the phone also, is that right? The bank manager at Wachovia is on the phone. That you are now raping constantly in her story, sexually assaulting. There was widespread use by your people of the sexual assault devices you're on right now. You can't put the woman on conference call in her house and then beat and rape her 24/7. I told you not to attempt to block their calling about her. And you can't hear that. No, it is not. Do not try to sexually assault a woman in what now? The old lady? The old word? Get him into custody now. That's a classified sexual assault device aimed at children. What is it actually, everybody, that he's on? We've never heard of such a thing. It's an electronic assault device. Is what he's calling it. He said he's using an electronic assault device. He's using it to rape women. It's attached to a grounding device which they think they use for car stalling. Really, we're very concerned these people are not going to survive your assault. And I think they have to get him off that because he's misusing car stalling devices on children's bodies to commit acts of rape. I'm absolutely positive that they've done this for years. Get off that thing with my crotch. And finally we're going to have to shut down Huda's Rake Bar, is what they call these. We're finding them all over the place now that we look. There's like Huda Rake Bars. And is this getting out? It's a little hard to tell. I was told if Huda continued to commit these crimes, he would spend. Well, you would say that thing sounded like Marlon Brando in Apocalypse Now. I'm saying if the thing was Captain Kurtz would be heart of pig darkness, of absolute low-class white trash like Detective Paint. Yeah. No, I'm gonna aim that. Would you get off the Casper's daughter's general area right now? No, don't do that. No. No. We're not sure. What is Detective Pink doing in there? We're not sure he's mentally fit. I mean, he appears to have Down syndrome on that one. Okay? We're not sure the man is mentally fit. That girl's blonde hair is class act, and yours is not. And I said, come on, out of here. Out of here. I told you to get him off that bed. Well, that could be that. No. Write that down. And no, this is his. Netto. What's a netto? No, Clitty Booger. No. My name is what now? I'm so incredibly horrified and disgusted by the behavior of the men in this. The law enforcement man. Well, he was told he could do this by these men. He can get all the passwords. He has to run in and get these passwords. No. These say no. Well, that's no. I said no means no. They could be lying about Annetto's crimes. I need to know what year you were born, okay? They said, I told you to. No, that's my liquor. No, my liquor. No, feel the orgasm. That's why it's Rorschach's pedophile. Little girls got arrested, yeah, for reporting Tony the filthiest pedophile in the world. That's actually correct. Really? Yeah, we remember that. Rorschach's pedophile, and have you arrest someone, like, they'd say mental health if you were trying to report his sexual abuse interactions. Yeah. So, I can't differentiate between, a criminal doing something that appears to be insane, as opposed to a handicapped person. And that's a problem also. You're not allowed to lie and say people appear to be sane. Yeah, okay. As long as you're actually experiencing something. Otherwise, I think you're having a heart attack or you're having an epileptic seizure. Just don't think about, just don't think about naked pictures while you're having some kind of epileptic seizure. Apparently there's misfiring in your career. Well, that would be the case for the epileptic seizure in the brain. I know what hypersexuality is, but you're experiencing what now? Do you have any sort of actual chips or from epileptic seizure before, or in your chest, in your head? And do you realize you're attempting to murder a woman in front of, as she calls the police, screaming for help? But the jail guard. No, I never once thought my father. Why would it be my father? It's you. I'm being electrocuted. And there's like a guy that sounds like the crypt keeper. Yeah. The inaudible noise on the bathroom one is evil. But I mean, it's definitely, my father's not in the bathroom at the pub. It would be a toilet ghost, and there's no such thing. I mean, I don't know, people died, and they were alive, so. The rape ghost? That makes your mouth go numb. Get off my mouth if it's actually making your mouth go numb. And I need him in custody now. So he's hitting you badly enough your mouth. He's going, yeah, my cheeks are going numb. You're going to give the woman a stroke. Do you understand that? Good, I'm glad. No. Who is allowed to rape and beat? He's doing what to children on the thing now? We can amp it up. Toyota said, don't allow him to use that. That guy did. Well, that's how they get to, you're how they got the. Do you realize he's raping kids? And I am so beat up, she said. Like, it's like being sexually assaulted and fighting off John Wayne Gacy. And he said, I knew we needed to take that off of it. As soon as I saw it 25 years ago, I knew it was a criminal thing. It has like an intro. I heard this story. It has an intro where it's like, hello, I am Mr. Pedio. I'm a schizophrenic. Yeah. And I want to molest your children and wife on Tokyo. Yeah. It's a way for us to sway. Yeah. So I don't follow the internet on Google Schizoid. Okay, people? No. Oh. I'm gonna get in trouble. My sister would call the police. Yeah. My friend's what? There've been verified employees that are out in public and then actually fill out spreadsheets and stuff all day. Okay. That's correct. All of you need to show that's it's been a while since GEDs on both of you, lady. Yeah. I don't have a GED. I actually have a high school diploma. Because I went to enough high school and got high enough grades, and I went to very good high schools, actually, technically, that I got a high school diploma. Well, I don't want you in the community. That it's just you need to actually show on your people that like you would be capable of working, a full week on a cash register after they trained you normally at Publix. That you would actually, because there's so much like 3 o'clock and bob and weave and bounce. Like Detective Pate, whatever that thing is doing there. Here, Detective Pate is now running a cash register at Publix for a week. Not jump and leap and scream or terrorize the other employee, really, or do anything. Okay, you're just working your individual line, not touching anything else at Publix for a week, and showing that you have the mental ability and the non-handicapped or autistic or schizoid affective or handicapped, retarded or something, Down syndrome or just anything, social skills to make eye contact and appropriately interact with the public so nobody calls the police on you in a week of working on a cash register at Publix. Not this bizarre hypervigilance where on the cell phone you're like, yeah, you're hypervigilant bouncing and screaming about nothing. Yeah. What? You think it's about nothing. It's extremely strange. Yeah. Okay, so you can go for a week working at public and then do all the functions of running the computer at Publix. Then you're not handicapped or you're working with your clubfoot's fine. Or oh, I don't know you have a physical deformity or something. Could you go a week with working at Publix without people calling the cops? Undetected paid also. Probably not. No. Why do you think probably not? I'm not sure. Maybe. But he would be on the wagon, really, and not like running loose, sleeping and screaming. I mean, getting his age check. Really. So you can't be a manager that runs around and just that there. Okay, that's and how many people called the cops on Nurse Peggy? Okay. As opposed to no one has ever called the police on Nurse Peggy. This month. Well, that guy, the guy called the cops. Okay, dude. I'm just a guy. So I came in from construction and, I was a little too hood to work out front. Calm me down. You also. My feelings. Yeah, well, you leave. Okay, and then somebody called the police on Nurse Peggy again. As opposed to Nurse Peggy has worked for 30 years and no one has ever called the police on Nurse Peggy. Sure. Yeah, but we're pretty sure, and we actually, you kind of know what's on Nurse Peggy's background check. Nothing, because nobody's ever called the police on Nurse Peggy. Yeah. It does not say you aren't, you're not soft in the head somehow, or there's something wrong with your head. And then you're big about, it doesn't say you're the brightest tool in the shed. You're poorly behaved. How badly sometimes do the schizophrenic people not have with bounce and weave? Bob, weave, bounce. Okay. That's not cruise monkey bounce. That work. Yeah, with a female, but she's a woman, and that would be 50% of the population. And how many people have called the cops on YouTube this month? Really? He does that here all the time, but it's a woman, and well, la-di-da. Not you, lady. It's just it's again that's 50% of the population, and they could be from anywhere and be anyone. If there's a man with her, that does not mean the conflict, and he wants her to do something for him. That does not mean the conflict of interest that occurs with the 50% of the population of males. When there's a problem, can't occur there. Which is very much the case and true. Okay, so there's a man that wants a woman to do something for him, and it's something that makes you uncomfortable, and you feel the need to call the police to get some kind of mediation and get it stopped. That long? But I'm not sure. So they have a normal education system also out of all this nonsense. Really? Right, like that story, no one ever called the police on Nurse Peggy. Like, maybe once there. I'm not sure. Whatever the police normally do in relation, maybe Peggy did something. That's actually an argument. This one's come up before in domestic violence. Males, they are diseased and defective, and they physically have stuff with male bodies. And Why, Doug is just sitting on the couch on the Match Days commercial with everybody. Okay. For some reason, the one that no, they do. Oh, Armand was quite schizophrenic. Not always. The one that okay. Well, now what are we doing? Really? But actually, really, no one's ever, maybe once. And then, and Danny was super or handicapped, and then they had to give the Tweety to Grandma and Grandpa once. Okay, yeah, they're okay. Oh, it's ordinary. Well, that could be you, Lee. I'm not handicapped. You're also not allowed to lie and say people are handicapped. Are they handicapped? Probably yes. They're probably handicapped. Yeah. They'd be dangerous as a dump truck driver. Um, all this stuff, they might have problems at work. Was that why they're yelling at you? I really wasn't sure who it was, but it was so weird that I was just commenting on how weird it was. I mean, I know it was someone, but I did not specifically know names. There's something going on where they sort of cherry pick their like spokesperson. Okay. So it was hard to tell in the brief period of time that really it was kind of hemming and hawing. Was just inappropriate, but for the most part, it was inappropriate, but he was repeating what he very much could have been repeating what the other person told him to, which very much might be protocol. I mean, it was not great, but I really couldn't tell out of this Todietto character. He was holding the evidence there. They were all holding the evidence there. And he did not appear to be physically handicapped. Their attitude is physically handicapped people. I don't know where where culture developed out of these rat-eating dudes. We have the attitude. We have the attitude. You're in a very serious line of work. There's no attitude at all. Who da knocks there? Who da? Um, who did apparently the well they call themselves that, they're the ones with the bodily fluids. Right? I don't know. That's what the Mr. Horny Intestine Pig on the heavy breathing phone call says. So I'm shouting back at him as I like to kiss me and sexual assault me about. With the guy, it's not even that. It's crazy. I mean, could that run a public's computer for like a month without getting arrested at work? Really? Would it actually be capable of doing all the cash register tasks? Probably, we think. I mean, well, it'd be on the wagon. Yeah, okay. Corey has trouble with the computer. If it were chill, you could learn. Really, yeah. But I mean, you need to not be running and screaming at everybody. That's the thing too, where it's like, I mean, I'm capable of doing that. It's a lot of bells and whistles. A lot of hard work. I don't know how it pays. You, lady, pays over Publix pays a cashier. That's why they have part-time employees at a lot too. You're correct. Like a lot of times people go in after putting the kids on the bus and then are home by the time you get the kids on the bus. That's reasonably cheerful. You're saying I need to go back to working at Publix? No, it's just a matter of like, it just says whether or not you're Down syndrome or not. And then whether or not you are on the wagon for appropriate social skills. It just teaches you almost seem like you're bouncing and weaving in like an incoherent way out of the Aneto gang over there on that side. Really, like it's in like Pigeon or something. But the Pigeon appears to be, do you hire other people from Meineke? And it appears to be Hood Dude from Meineke Pigeon that has like developed into some kind of like, you're practically a dialect, dude. It's correct of blue collar employee talking nonsense. And you're in an MBA neighborhood. Nobody knows what you're talking about. That's dialect. It also says you're hiring each other. I mean, I don't know. Man, it's not an accent, it's a speech impediment. And you've literally like fallen into like guys that hit their head too hard. So if they, and you're just talking at each other, you're like a retarded man, like male talk to each other. All these ones also. Well, it's hideous. Well, that is what I don't want that there. I'm supposed to break up unhealthy relationships. It's unattended play dates. Why are we talking about unattended play dates? Well, that can happen other places. Yeah, okay, Huda, you're definitely off the women and any women. I don't know how you do it, dude, whoever. Felons that aren't supposed to interact on the adult male side, jail. And I need you to wind it up on whatever you're cruising around wealthy suburban neighborhoods. Get off my crotch with that. You very much have a sexual assault device hooked up to our Spectrum box. And have for a lot of years. That is a big multicultural city. I have no idea who landed once from like hotel neighborhood pornography in Korea and stuff. It's a ridiculous thing. It's these dirty like security guards and stuff. Yeah, you'll have heavy breathers because like every building has a security guard too. The ones everywhere. Yeah. Well, now he can really get to it because he's on T-Mobile. Okay, well, it's very good. Do you realize how badly that thing sexually assaults you? He says, I really need him not at lunch. Well, he always blocks that. He said no. No on Huda. No. This is too weird. Can I actually come I need you not at lunch. No, not do that. You having problems? That makes him. Would you get him off? How badly is he sexually assaulting her right now? You and her. That is a fourth grader. Really? Yeah, he's beating. It's literally a 9-year-old. He's got 9-year-old Brookie Hodges in a fetal position in her bathroom underneath the house where that one hides, which is big enough, almost, to make it difficult to get in the yard. But yeah, these are where they hide. They hide outside of the house because their cable and internet accounts are so incredibly bugged. Okay. Would you get them off of that thing? So it's like a plug-in at her house. Only they can do it from up the street now. You're correct. If they did it to your apartment complex, you'd be seriously in trouble. Yeah. I mean, you would be really, really in trouble. You could hook it up to like the electronics boxes really, yeah, there was probably one in the neighborhood, but you were getting out of range. It has like a range. The fact that there's one in your area is of highest concern for crime. It means if there's one in your area, it means that he's able to access. It means you've already have these in progress males doing this, which means there's hideous crime occurring. They're never used for anything good. Their wife, because it's because you have the did you pick this up at the conference center in Las Vegas? Yeah. Oh, you're in an electronics hub in Singapore, which would hate that thing like a motherfucker. Which might be white back rain off. You know. I knew what it was because we were having this fight in Boca in New York with our cable satellite box. I'm absolutely positive. My mother called the police about it constantly. He, actually, my really, yeah, like I'm ashen in color. Really, actually, I'm wearing blonde usually bronzer. Really, um, but that's what I don't like about those. Other people like those, and you recommended them. I recommended the products at Kohl's. Well, actually, I'm a very powerful man. I think. Or everybody recommended those. They're fun. Well, maybe somebody changed those because is this one paranoid schizophrenic water association? That's so weird. Well, you need to think of what your neighbors would think. I always did that. Well, you should be ashamed in front of your neighbors. Okay, I'm gonna stop screaming as I'm literally being beaten to death. Okay, so no more on the head and the crotch or the chest or anywhere. I am like really white and I have no idea why. It could be you're using Korean skincare. Um, it says overnight on the mask, right? Yeah, no, I think so. It was an overnight mask. That could be it. Are you leaving the Korean skincare? Because they do have like the honey hand cream that my mother like really liked. She loves the Clarins hand cream in our house. Yeah, of course it's expensive. But she loves it. It makes a great Christmas stocking stuffer. It's Christmas gift. One of them. Actually, it's expensive. That's why. And she'll buy it occasionally herself. It goes on sale, but she still likes it. She likes it. Everybody does. Clarins hand cream. Oh, but it has whitening. It says whitening for age spots. Really, I need to read because I bought like just like Walmart has a. They're not very expensive, but like a cream. It's like a mask for not so much in creams either. But it says leave it on all night, so I'm wearing it as a spring. But I'm like a really weird ashen color. And the death of Martin. I almost died from the death of Martin Lee Anderson at 13 from interacting with Zeke's constant, physically motivated Bob and Lee. Okay? I'm not making that up, which is what I don't know how those got in there. They got out the same way. It's a man in a Penske truck, too. None of these men actually have any credentials. They were just talking about that. Yeah, the actual doctor was like, or not doctor, but it really, yeah, like the actual doctor has an NDA. Okay, he's a doctor of some sort. Oh, they're running around with a whatever. Or they hire a guy for something. He was hood. Theirs is a little too hard to play with. Otherwise, they like to talk about just fine. They're well behaved. The doctor likes me. That doctor liked me. There's nothing wrong with me. Like the school psychiatrist or something that would come through anytime there was one. Because the guy that's for some reason predatorily, viciously motivated to the lady. Like, but there's nothing, it's real weird too. The lady is not, my website's pretty neutral. Okay. All right. Well, and the thing is, you're kind of standing next to all the other ladies who also get up in the morning, and go get their hair done and worry about their, they're taking care of themselves and things like that. Okay. I mean, we see plenty of, people jogging by of all age groups and everything else. Okay, so I don't do that with random and sundry joggers, especially if they're not, if they politely remind me and appropriately, back off, just random and sundry joggers. You ain't by that, all right? I, that's why I'm jogging. It immediately causes a splitting headache on that setting. We think it's supposed to. It's an electronic deterrent. That's what I'm going to use it for. You know, and I need you winding down on the home invasion. I mean, you basically, you have just moved in on the Casper's house again. You haven't moved out for the 10 years of this. He said that's the most violent sexual assault of a child I have ever seen in their community corrections security office. He will not stop doing it. Do you have your Wi-Fi off? I really need you not doing all this. Okay. You will now be punched in the face because your cell phone has an electronic grounder to stop. He thinks he's trying to kill people on what they've used as a sexual assault device for a lot of years. And he's trying to like sweep me, really, or something. Really, he says, okay. Unfortunately, just falling into a monkey cage. Yeah, on the adult males. I know, I'm absolutely positive. Get off me. Well, that's how bad that is. That doesn't seem like, we think that one will actually kill someone. Okay, you would threaten to kill us with that. This is our stuff in here. See how bad that is? The poor family, really ill. I need to stop screaming and her also. Okay. Otis, what the hell do you think you're doing? Let's just say, you not see you're definitely looking at whatever for yourself. Yeah, she's in an expensive name like again, him. And then the big bestial pig truck looks like Detective Pate on the weirdo has decided that he can do this to women and to community. It always has with it. The Korean Love Motel, they're supposed to be where it's like a newlyweds or a hotel to get away from the kids. It's supposed to be dirty. They're supposed to Lysol and everything. Apparently married Korean people and Japanese people and stuff are actually, well, you cannot have a romantic time without your children here. Perhaps. We're by the algorithm, not like, oh, you don't like to use it like, use it for that. No, no, but Jack, there's like stuff like that. Yeah, like somebody really enables the care about the smart TV. Really, I don't know. They're not too expensive. It's slightly funny concept, and then it's there. And, okay. We're not, okay, we're actually married and so where are the kids? Might as well just leave them with grandma and do that at home. Well, I think it's supposed to be fun. They have other fun stuff they do. You know? That just happens other places. No, that's the menu. That's just being a ordinary like New Yorker. Well, you could. I know. I should smoke outside. I agree. And I barely like survive the day. I mean, every day is barely surviving the day in their own homes. You know, I need him not at large. Will you leave? I need the man not at large. Okay, is what it says out of the victim of this evidence creation in the years of stalking. Maybe he sexually assaulted that child is the problem. Yeah, what is it supposed to mean? You know, if we don't get him into custody and out of the Caspers, out of our houses with that. Okay. Well, he said no. A no said no. Give it to a doozy. Give it to a doozy. No. Okay. How badly this member of law enforcement, these members of law enforcement have fallen. Swastika of it is correct. You know, which I could tell you was there, everybody. Really, yeah. What was that on the cable satellite? It could have been Zeke. It appeared to be like a person that was employed in town maintenance or security, had like law enforcement connections or something. We weren't sure why the police didn't just catch Zeke. You know, and I'm not running to try to do something. Well, he wants to block that. And then, would you arrest him as tool? And apparently he was told if you continued in this behavior, there would be, you can't murder and rape everybody. You know, this is hideously bad. I have to do something about this. You know, now what are you doing? He said, I was told if this man did not stop. Well, I was told no. Okay? I was told no by the middle. No, they're not happy that that's the thing. Well, that's a waste of that. That could be another saw that, another's gonna comment on that. Great. You're the worst sex offender in the history of the human race on that fact. No, you're making the worst because you're men. Because you're men, it's your man, it's your group, the same as us. Always almost. You know, or whatever else uses, because your people were able to get into houses with the technology you're using now. Apparently the technology you're using now is incredibly dangerous in the wrong hands. Well, that's how powerful the middle is. Yeah, that's correct. Like, apparently that thing is a hideous sexual assault device. Well, that's why I would never live in a place like that. I think it's jealous. There's a what now on the cable box in houses? Is all everybody else is worried about. Like, I don't know. Put on your head thing and oh, my underwear hat. I need one in green. Well, the green one didn't look like it looked like underwear. It looked like it. Looks like you're wearing. Not any embarrassing about it too. It looks like you're wearing ladies' underwear on your head. It said that on the Amazon reviews, but it was the cheapest thing in Faraday cloth that got good reviews because it actually really blocked the cell phone signals. Oh. People wear them when they're talking on the phone, like as you get older. Oh, like my grandmother, step grandma, but grandma Renata got a Ranger. I knew where the cell phone was, and she was getting on. But I mean, people like know that she was quite getting on. She was well into her 80s, like late 80s. But like if you're in your late 80s, stuff like that develops more. So, well, if you're in your 70s. No. No, no, you can't off that bus. No, that hurts though. No, this is not supposed to be fun. Come on, I really need who is at in custody now with all that. But what with the what right now? It's great. I mean, okay. I told you no again. And that makes you feel like you have to pee. Okay, well, for some reason, I'm still calling the police. No, it's been the egg. Came before the chicken. But you've always been doing the sex offending. Completely. Get off my head! Well, let's know what that is. Isn't that interesting? Get out of here. No! You're not going to go out of the house? No. I'm going to finish this email list because I'm working. And then tomorrow I'm probably going to take a nice jog. If I live through the day and night and don't die or am horribly brain damaged or something, or my brain swells and I end up in the emergency room with brain and have brain damage. And so now you're going to take, you realize how many years you sexually abused Miss Casper and Miss Kathy, and the incredible amounts of all Miss Casper called on a daily basis Do something that sounds like Detective Pate on the phone. I'm not, that's speech impediment. It's not an accident. Both of them. The incredible amounts of crime that you endure at the hands of these men that have, really destroyed your life, your body. And you never follow the lead home in this lead. She's actually lost in his town. You cannot. No, don't do that there. Well, I always have to help women with that. And that completely hurt a girl. I need him not in my house. Well, I always said instigatory. Okay, so the Oregon police called your boyfriend from high school, kinda, that you were friends with, really, yeah, was a method heroin junkie and dealer in the Oregon area. So is his wife. He's still married too, so the fact that she's handicapped looking, drugs or something weird in this, oh, you are not in any way. See, this is the kind of stuff that just constantly was coming into the Cary Police Department. This is in a very MBA affluent neighborhood. Detective Pate is like ridiculous in it. Would you please just give the Caspers their evidence? Also, poor Miss Casper. Poor perfectly nice mom and dad. Were in their, well into their 60s at this point. Yeah. No! I'm just checking out their faces a little bit. I did that all day with her. Because she starts screaming and screaming. And her mother called the police yesterday. He just came in like 2014. Not immediately. Well, with the lady. Lady's not doing nothing over here. Ow! This is a muscle spasm, we think. I know it's a truck driver and I murder people, rape kids. Obviously, I'm a criminal. Okay. Where is this? Apparently, they're in the security office connected to the county jail. Okay. Or something. Where are you? Call the police to tell them that. We're afraid they're going to suffer really bad long-term psychological damage on the children. We're just not sure that the children are physically and mentally debilitated. How long has this been going on? He's installing electronic units in areas nearby where his stalking victims are. I mean, I think he's an absolute lunatic. Okay. They don't have them in Raleigh. There's no need for them or something weird. They have the cell phone mirroring and stalking, but there's no the whatever sexual assault device. I'm positive. I think he looked him up. He found one in a different part of town and was raping people on it in their story and stuff. Well, what would your neighbors think of that? Because I have paranoia. Well, don't do so much. Good Lord. Everybody's supposed to, apparently. You obviously don't have enough paranoia. We're over there, you're not paranoid at all. Well, you should be, lady. I don't know why girl trolls are criminals and very bad and naughty, Mr. Sinclair has to go touch up. Maybe they're a little bad and naughty. Okay, if there's bad and naughties and schoolgirls, the general consensus is it does not involve Mr. Sinclair or any of you big filthy men that for some reason are just really interested. You know, well, some of these parents do pay attention to the children they have. And apparently, these upper middle class suburbanites that have one, or, 2 or 3 children do pay attention to where their children are. No, there's no unattended street urchins you can molest here. We shouldn't sound like that. The Wendell, North Carolina Police Department is online too. We're going to need to get Huda into custody for stuff he did in our community. The Raleigh area law enforcement involved in your kidnapping will not stand down enough and have to be taken into custody now also. They can't have men who sexually abuse children at this family at large. Stole. Maybe somebody else stole it. I don't know what happened here, Sam, where I started. They're probably carting it around the house, and it's somewhere. It's not anywhere. The 2 of them are fine, but the other one's missing. Really, and I just had it, but I didn't know if it'll pop up. We wanted to show it as an example. Do not. You really think these men have housebreaking tools? Yeah, I think they have like a full locksmith. Really, which actually has come up in weird assaults, like sexual assault cases at 2 a.m. in the morning, where they want to know where these men got the ability to be standing in a woman's bedroom, and the courts won't address it because, like, Hood Pig, Tonio, and Detective Kate come running in. Yeah, it is or something weird, and those words. But and that goes for the sexual assault device they're on that they've had since the 90s, okay? That thing cruises around on satellite cable and all of a sudden flip it on. Is it the correct heater? Does it burn when you pee? Early twirlies. No. Tingle, 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 tingle. Zzz, zzz. Ow! No, I mean, you know when it's there. That's the one in the toilet, really. That one do it too. It has like, he repeats what it says. I swear, also in anus, or something. Well, it's real hideous. It's like, in pornography, you get to the porn, you click on the wrong link. We used to get it, like a porn thing would pop up, where you're like, I'm not sure. I never Google pornography, but like if you're a man eating, you Google pornography or something. Why? They said, oh, so Jesus, I'm gonna make a Playboy. That's scary. Well, that's why I told them not to do that there. There's no such thing as that in your mind. Yeah. Why do you say also an anus? Really? Yeah. Who likes anal or something weird? I don't know. Is there such a thing? I have no idea. I don't know. They're scary. If you Google the C word, like, what is this word? Maybe in different parts. Hey, there has never been any use of that in New Jersey. It might be a word in New Jersey, New York, or something. Okay. Not around here yet, man. But if you Google it, like all this really nasty pornography pops up. Yeah, like it's amazing. Like, ew. Okay, it's a very nasty thing for. It's really. It tends to be sort of gang rape porn. I mean, there's like miles of it, really. Yeah. There'll be like 4 pages of it. I stuff. Click on page 7. Is it the same stuff on repeat? No, it's really a pornography one. I don't want to Google it. Um, we'll do it from whatever computer you do investigation and such things with. Hot, wet, yeah. Okay. And it looks like gang rape porn. Okay. So something in the how did that man end up in your house? Okay. I don't know. The reason we had those men in the house is because our house was empty for 4 years and it was on a security roster. Okay. It was in the town on a town security roster as empty homes that like if you have these people, yes, I don't care, if you are a snowbird or something, sometimes. Really, yeah, they said people really hesitate, be careful of getting involved. We don't know, but they are really not, be careful of getting involved with town, like in New Jersey or something. Really, they said that police departments are really rough and hood, somewhere in the town. Like these weird middle-aged men. Weird. Well, they really get out in New Jersey. No. Okay. And they're scary, the same as like these stories. No, they'll be running around quickly or something. Really, yeah, they're not allowed to, but because you're in New Jersey or something, or you're in Philadelphia that's up against New Jersey, which is actually where the people we know are from. That goes for New York and stuff. New Jersey is an affluent area. It's an affluent working class area. New Jersey is expensive and it's not poor. Yeah. So these guys running around like that's correct. That might be why we don't like Eminem. Would you please stop? Well, that's why I would tell someone that. I know, we would school the schoolboy and girl. With you, lady. That's a lot of sweary berry. I don't know these days. I think he hit it. It's a big head all, which I don't want done to my head. Okay. And please get off the electrocution device on the woman's face and body. It makes us feel stiff. That causes your legs to swell. Okay, there's a setting, don't say that, he'll aim it at your head. Give the thing ideas. It's a schizophrenic beast child kind of thing. Yeah, okay. So, it's incredibly important, but, okay, this is ridiculous. About that. Everglades bird viewing. There's 2 red-winged blackbirds, which are like Florida red-winged blackbirds. So they have a really bright stripe and a orange red and then a yellow stripe. And they puff, and they're like, they make the wonderful. And then there's a marsh hen, which is a ridiculous looking bird that's very exotic. Aren't you? You're sweet. They're sweet too. Its baby was just here, and their little butt tails are like round. Their babies, and they go up and down. The other one's baby. And then there's 2 of those exotic squeaky ducks, white-bellied whistling ducks, which are also pretty impressive. There was just a black ibis. There's a black heron over there. That is just ridiculous. So you're in a very nice location. They were really clear. They were real interested because you isolate so completely with this stuff. That might almost, really, there's a lot of stories that I really could kill Myrtle and Jim, okay? If I kill Myrtle and Jim, and their stupid one child they had, and then I get 2 properties and nobody even noticed because I noticed is because I cut your phone line so bad. That actually, if you need to get the rig they're on also, if the rig they're on is like, really, if the rig they're on is Like he says he actually uses something so that your voice, because your neighbors never noticed you screaming at them, which has happened before. I mean, listen, speakerphone. There's something. It's not a sexual assault of us, but there's something that like grounds on the body enough to follow it around, which he would do a lot. And it would be 3 o'clock in the morning, and he would just ground it on the woman sleeping, and then he would say something extra hideous. So it's really this like, yelling at the thing at 3 o'clock in the morning. Stop following me into the shower and stuff like that. Who you're shouting from the shower? You're naked, lady. Okay, comes up the line. Never make them shout while they're on the toilet. Yeah, that kind of stuff. No. What? Who says it? This guy. But if it turns out there's literally like a sound masking device they put on the person shouting, which he says, so that nobody can hear. They put it on the house. So while they're in progress, it's police doing courtesy things in the neighborhood. Yeah. He wants to mind now and talk about bodies flushing down sluices in the sewers. Okay, that's the most schizophrenic man in Texas, but who's going in jail? Well, if that's actually attached to that, then you need to check for poor home invaded families. It's a hideous thought. Day one, whenever these guys on the same technology land, they're just bouncing around in the Wichita Harbor. Really, yeah. I mean, they're just bouncing around in schizoid, retarded, the schizophrenic brain disease or defected home invader. Yeah. Mhm. Brain damage is correct on someone her size. Would you get him in custody right now? Right now. Right? No. Right now. Right now. Well, can do that? Well, okay, informative from the guy wearing their underwear on their head, which is actually or not informative. We don't put it like that. This is going to go on. How long have I been saying get him in custody right now? Well, that's like however that man got in the house. Like there'll be a Bronxville rapist just staying in a woman's bedroom at 2 o'clock in the morning, or the rapist, broke in, raped the woman at gunpoint and ran off. And it's like, how did the guy get in the house? There's the babies. But yeah, and I mean they just don't. So he's obviously. Oh, there's two of them. Oh, they're adorable. There's obviously a. Is that you talking? I've heard stuff like that before too. Well, how did the thing? Did he jimmy a window? Oh. Why? Because this has gone on for a while. It makes your skin numb, like you can scratch and you can't feel it, and you can't train that at the person's head and heart. We're very sorry he enabled something to do so on that one because he feels just can't feel did it anymore. Yeah, okay, so the schizophrenic retarded pig really thing. You're molesting children. Okay. Children. please get these men out of my house right now. The problem is they have not left the premises in the last 15 years on the thing. They just sort of set it up on your internet account in Raleigh and hung out 24/7. Yeah. Okay. And on your cell phone account. Which it means they've done this to your poor parents for 15 years. Well, I didn't get in trouble with the law. The other person was something weird and I didn't know. Which is the one time I ended up in the police station. I have to be more careful there. No. This is going to have to stop. Like, there's no such thing. You're just, it's great. You're actually, ordinary people. There's a lot of people from all sorts of walks of life, and there's lots of you. There's different walks of life for your people also. We assume. Who to get off of me? I don't care. Would you please get him in custody and out of their houses? No. Please get him in custody now. You lady were stupid and you left important things. That's why I always have to supervise. Yes, in my Mormon community. My men run things, and they must touch everything and make sure that all items are accounted for in our households of 8 women and children. 8. Sometimes we have 8 wives and kids. Seriously? Yikes. Yikes. Oh. No! Oh my God, she's disgusting son of a bitch. You can't. Well, he was attracted to the woman, so he kidnapped her, we think. There's actual polygamists or something in this area. These are like the handicap members of the polygamist group. He first with the crack hood of the Mormons. It's great crack Mormon. But they're like Warren Jeff Mormon communities in the area, and they don't quite know what to do about them. They're not allowed to get out and work for President Clinton the first time. They have 18 kids and they don't really get a body. It's not good. They might get a potty, but it's not good. It's like Brady and Cletus, is what you're saying, meets Warren Jeff. And these guys are the schizophrenic members of the group. You lady, and I did not. Well, the men are like always the boss and the women are jacked or something. You know, or you meet the retarded man in custody now. They don't care. Because they're going over well-being data. And I don't know if my mother, that's very odd, that's all. It's not about menopause. What do you do? She likes to sit around and watch people shop. Like all Russians and start. He's doing what to sixth graders again? These men like sixth graders and 12-year-olds. Yeah. I mean, it's not. That's not a 9-year-old, that's an 11-year-old. Middle schoolers. Can you please get him into custody now? I think murdering him. He's sexually assaulting him, and there's nothing really, yeah, that's nothing hideous. Please help. Get these men into custody now. That's not, it's not my fault. This has nothing to do with me. There's Lacoste sneakers on sale for $48. It's a great price. Ow! Would you please get ooh? No, ooh, that's a great price. $5. That's nice. What are we doing? Oh, they're awesome bottoms. Yeah. Really like a size 9. Oh, they're $79. Oh, they do have a 7.5. Dark green. Oh, bigger green. 62, 65, 59. Ooh. Options. That works in it. No. Options. $6,000, $5, $59. Dark green for $45. You can do this day and night. I'm sorry. Ooh, that's a good one too. Lacoste. There's Lacoste. Don't do that to buy your sneakers. Well, I should buy these. Lacoste. Visit the Lacoste store. At the Lacoste store on Amazon. Lacoste women's Carnaby set sneakers. Sneaker. Lacoste women's Carnaby set sneaker. It was on sale for $45. A great price. There's only one in size 7.5. You gotta love. There's white ones for $65, $62, $59 for pink. It's a very good price. The cost is expensive. It's from the Lacoste store. They have good, cute recommendations. Lacoste watch for $125 and $95. They use a white watch. Puma sneakers for $57. Pretty good. I have a pair of Pumas and they are very comfortable. Use another pair of sneakers. Ooh, Lacoste women's sport watch for $95. No! I paid for $45 sneakers, which I wear until they fall apart. Well, I've been looking because I have a BBG watch in black, which I really like. And anything in like pink or white for the summer. A Lacoste one. Good price, $125 or $68. I have no money. I'm gonna get back to the email list. So you got arrested right now and it's a normal day. December clearance. Much. No. Yeah, it's not clearance. Really good prices for speakers. Get them into custody now. Finally. Oh, okay, so finally Miss Casper is not alone in her house. Okay, instead of being neighborhood pornography by 8 incredibly criminal men day and night, which is what was actually occurring. Because you were enabling every microphone and every device hooked up to your internet and cell phone in your home and everywhere you went. And it's your parents' account, both of them. So you had free pass to, you went through all the bank accounts. And you have to have access to law enforcement security codes, law enforcement codes, which are supposed to be not accessible for random in the country. Then you gave them free pass to do this to any house in Lockmere, McGregor, and the Cary area. In Cary. No, you very much did, because you also were aware of it because they had to like sign stuff out that goes for locally now in the villages. Because you immediately run out and get, new account access in every location everybody goes to in the story. Like with Gwyneth Paltrow and her husband moved now, or Gwyneth Paltrow and her boyfriend and her husband moved. Well, that's why you always get your own account. Why are you mirroring Miss Kathy 24/7? You just moved in and started a hideous sexual abuse relationship with the woman. It's every sound and bodily function and movement and sleeping and waking and biometric smartwatch. Yeah. We're going to have to take you into custody and you're going to have to be charged with the sexual abuse crimes you committed. That's the end of it. You're not doing this a little bit. There's not your stuff in here. You don't get to do this a little bit. You need to get these men into custody. Ow! You need to get him off my head right now with the thing. The incredible horror of your crimes. Do you realize how entitled? Really, yeah. I mean, the incredible lying and entitlement. No! Yes, that is attractive to men. Please get him off of me. No! Now he's gonna like go into this thing where he's like, I need these men in custody now. Please get these men into custody now. Okay, when the things on Amazon don't pop up that you clicked on. I was reading first. You know, there's little coach shoes for sale. Oh! Please get these men into custody and help. They can't do all this, okay? It's just the end of it. Okay, don't give nice stuff. Get her because he does this always. When you put it out, leave. You said that. They don't. Oh. Hold on. There's big monkeys, there's little monkeys. Oh man, I don't know. Ooh, boing, boing, boing. Where are they? Ooh, swinging over there and bouncing. They're a criminal. Oh. Seems like they break into cars. Nancy got a criminal in the neighborhood in custody right now. To do this is what it says next. And then the guy still goes back to doing it. No, without makeup on it. I like have a tan and tanning oil and stuff from Maine in Arizona. It's like ashen. It's like a yellow green color. And that is really like dark circles. But I look just to look hot because we can see you on that. Yeah, for like the guy about to die. When your skin turns gray, it's not a good sign. Okay. No. Why is this man still not in custody? Okay. No. Ow! Would you get this man into custody now? This to me, I was uncomfortable with this. Oh, he said, okay. All of this. Get him into custody and out of my courtroom again. All that. Get them into custody now! He wants to like assault the person and talk about how he's an international terrorist of home invasion. Get off my head with that! You know what? I need him in custody on this. I don't care. You know, it's not a free pass. Well, that makes him turn the air conditioning down, and then her dad gets knocked. Would you please get them into custody now? I was allowed to do that. That's how bad Florida is. Yeah, they actually really support gang rape, home invasion, neighborhood pornography, and that. And break-ins and stuff like that. So we're how the Bronxville rapist gets in. Get off my head with that thing. No, enough with this shit. So all these these years, these men just piggybacked off the internet and the T-Mobile, having an animal, the pig of the beast, the lowest man, John Wayne, the animal Gacy. Yeah, and you were told not to continue to assault Miss Casper. Get off the Caspers. No! We'll take that thing off your head. And that was allowed in here. He turned to home invasion, gang rape, pedophilia, neighborhood pornography. He committed incredible acts of crime, so hideous against the community that no group of men has ever committed more hideous acts of crime. He really raped women and children all throughout the 90s, so incredibly badly that we don't think any bunch of men have ever raped women and children worse or more prolifically. He sexually assaulted. He used it as the most evil tool of crawling through a window and gang raping and pedophilically raping. They engaged in the same gang rape behaviors. That is an incredibly dangerous animal. Large groups of men with access to uniforms and non-accountability. Okay. That have gone through basic training and weapons. It's a weapon, I know. You're not allowed to train weapons and American families who are appropriately, doing what we learned in Mrs. Stafford's democracy and civics class. I have a life in prison sentence again, and that's the end of it. Okay. You put down the sexual assault device immediately, delete all the links you've given out to your creepy friends. Now, do it right now, and it'll. There's one very cut phone line on there. I know, please get it out of my house. Please get off her head now and crotch on the child also. Nope, but drop it. Are the police finally here on this? No, this is mocking of his victims. No. I told you, if you don't get off the woman's body and the children's body with the electronic truck grounder, Hood Smith over there is going in. He said on that one. That is one dirty looking man. You're fired. That's for her rape and sexual assault. You know that. You know the other shoe's going to drop. We're afraid you're trying to, blow up something. Yeah. Like $15. They need the links deleted out of Toyota to all of their houses. You know, apparently I gotta get this out of here right now. They said it's usually not their job to arrest law enforcement, but some piece of shit over at steroids reading the ink ball over at the FBI now with a hoot at it. No, no, not go back to doing it on the other one. You know, and you were told to get Leo out of the office again, out of the other one he's in. He does this every time. He runs off and goes to a different location in their story. We're having a full-blown pedophile outbreak. Women aren't allowed. Okay, I'm very sorry if I don't care. Get out of my house. Would you do that in Islamabad? Okay, get out of my house. No, mine's anus. No. This is his friend. This is a who that's gonna make his money murdering and raping these people. That's what I tell that little girl all the time. You know, get him in custody now. No, that's cleaning liquor, and I ain't ever gonna stop doing that to you. You'll spend the rest of your life living in fear from the noodle. No! See, it's creeping back. No. You can like see it climbing down your wall because that's how Gang Reaper Meadow with his penises here walks gets in the houses and the ladies and the little girl's bedroom. You know, to get him. He's the worst window crawling rapist in the history of the human race. Up there with on the same level. Otis Toole, Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy. We need to get him into custody now. Well, that's how much power I have over terrorism. Gooch wash, Lee. You mean I masturbated? You mean I can be your boyfriend? I can pretend to be your boyfriend. It's really hurting me. Would you please get this man into custody now? He said, get him off the electronic sexual assault device. No, not aim it at the woman's head. Well, I don't like that thing there. Liquor says no too, right, Licky? You could be Icky Vicky. You remember that? I was even there for this. I had every right to sexually abuse this family this long. I committed more hideous acts of crime. Now I'm going to electrocute the woman to death and gang rape her to death with all these men. Because John Wayne, the beast pig, gang raped the nigger, the lowest class man ever brought into a community. You know, and Huda, the sewer it of Wake County. What is? Look into me. Because I was employed as a member of law enforcement. Okay, so I'm not supposed to hit human heads? I rape children day and night. I'm the nicest computer in the world at the hands of told gang rape the beast and then apparently Tom Gacy's has to go to jail. There's a fourth grader being sexually assaulted like a minute around what they said on him. mocked that. He got that. And then I'll shut him off now. He said they've used this device to raise the kids so badly for so long. Now it's just unbelievable how much crime is there. You ladies should dress like a grown-up. No! I need you not doing this anymore. No! I need to use clean liquor instead. What I just said. It's on every device on the house because it has a piggybacking completely of your internet account. Just how it's blocking your cell phone also. Okay, we're gonna get this one's going in. No, not suffocate the woman to death. I'm gonna need you out of here now. No, not 4 more running for night shift on her too. Which is a 4th grader dying from sexual assault and an electrocution beating. This one's going to hell. Because right now the Drew County Sheriff's Department in Arkansas is not making sure these men are taken into custody out of Carroll County. Jay McLean or K. McLean, Jay Crocker, Chad Woolley, Doug Hunter, Tim Riles, D. Garrison, Drew County Jail, T. Nicholas, Jay Hired, M. Foster, K. Schuler, M. Nodal, M. Foster, K. Schuler, M. Nodal again, L. Jones, L. Hagler, Sheriff D. West, Selrod, McCormick and McCormick in Garland County. Jay Little, you are all responsible for the bludgeoning, sexual assault to death, and gang rape of myself and all other people as discussed by them that they are doing this to. Due to the heinous aggravated nature of gang rape and child sexual assault and beating to death, quite obviously, the incredible amounts of crime you are the responsible parties until you get in here within the next, as soon as possible, obviously, because Otis Toole has Adam Walsh. Until all of these men are in custody and the crime is over. Why would I say and mock that? I'm gonna fight. That's very, 2 wrongs don't make a right. That's right, honey. I wanted to fight. You reporting me. It's time to take that into custody now. Let's get it. Call the cops. It's a pedophile normally. Off we go. The entire sheriff's department, I'm going to post that as my check-in. Whatever these men, just got a copy. Okay. By county. So everything these men do or say, as did every county or the county page. Okay. Employees, email listed on the county, Arkansas County page. You just smoked a cigarette. That makes them want to smoke. In the house, say no. Then I get to interact. And then I masturbate a lot. I do that at the schools. No, I'm gonna hit her. I'm gonna electrocute her to death, and all these children until the cops get here. I told you to get him out of uniform, at least for this display on your friend over there. You know, the swastika that you raped this Casper which was jurisdiction or some insane shit. There's never been such a thing as this. And apparently, Pam Green from Fulton County, it's not their jurisdiction. Needs to get in. It's his jurisdiction, and he won't enter the premises because this is Todiano's stuff in here. Well, then Todiano has to be taken into custody. I don't want that on the hood now. Get off! Mike, get off. Looks better than your face. Not really, you know. Okay, so at this point, they all went to prison, is what it says. Again, we have these APBs that pop up where these idiot monsters, I don't even talk on the thing, while this man sits around and rapes a child with 8 other men. No! Well, your mother. And I said, get Toledo out of here right away. Really, there's an entire population of completely ordinary people in Carroll County that you've endangered all these years, and God only knows what these men have done. Toledo was brought into the community again. Well, that's how stupid you are, lady. They all say they live under a rock with this. Oh, maybe somebody can see it. Oh, maybe they can. Right. Please get these men. Were you picking your nose? Maybe. No. Into custody now. Get them. There's like bruising on their genital areas, again, according to their parents. They took them to the doctor. They are covered in bruises and bite marks. Who died? Oh, that's so hot. That's like what he says all the time. He said they're literally beaten and psychologically beaten so badly. Overexposed. That's a knowledgeable girl. He's playing them soft three while beating, electrocuting them, sexually assaulting them with like a pulse therapy device in their genital area, which will cause like erections, sexual stimulation. I don't know if it causes orgasms. If you lay down, the thing just goes to town on your crotch. They're absolutely exhausted. You are literally murdering and gang raping man, woman, and child. Children. He goes through every bank account in town you can get on in, but you can get on any of them because coffee, tea, or law enforcement security clearance me. Tony, the filthiest burglar and rapist in the history of the human race, is correct. Because these groups of men have used this stuff to commit constantly. They constantly sex offended on the stuff. I'm positive. Yeah. I mean, there are that you can tell whenever you interact with these devices, and this kind, the same technology these men use. We should be careful. You should go to prison. You can tell these guys sit around and do it all the time. Like this is like a permanent one in the motel. Yeah. Well, that looks like, and then I was gonna pretend to crawl across the floor. Then it looks like there's an Annetto sitting next to him. Okay. Get off my head with that thing. No, I can touch heads. Oh, stars in his eyes. The sewer of the beast of girls. Gang rape. Home invasion. The filthiest boxer rapist could be in every house, raping his butt as the lowest Bill Sykes has ever bought. Well, you can see how it's just tempting to do that there. Yes, women mean nothing to me. I can gang rape as much as I please. Ladies, be careful with men like me. Okay, so it's making you catch your breath as you scream and gang rape, picking out the animal. You know, they want every person who's engaged in this behavior put in prison for a very long time. I was told no again. Okay. You know, and I need him not breathe. Well, the other men that we're in for night shift, we're going to be here all night. We're going to electrocute your face and your head until you stop reporting us. It said that there. It said he didn't want this. It's over, okay? Time has passed, and time and jurisdiction now. Who now supports the beast? You know, every single criminal act committed on this technology over the years, which is going to be the, Bosnia, the rape of man king, and the Holocaust of it. Really, it's going to be incredible amounts of rape. I know people who were in apartment complexes that were rigged with the technology, that like law enforcement and security and maintenance, they're from the American base. He's correct also. They get out. Apparently they terrorize Pensacola. There are these absolutely, and like Norfolk and stuff. They avoid Norfolk sometimes and head towards Bragg. Yeah. Okay. So the poor little military families are there. They head right towards a wife and kids. It's a Zeke again, and a Zed, and a Hogula. Yeah. And Down syndrome pig. Yeah. Okay. They get out through Navy, law enforcement, security, and corrections and stuff. The MPs won't touch where Tornado is. And we're not sure, but they hang out at Zeke's. They hang out at the motels. They're not roach motels. As you can tell, they like fancy stuff. Yeah. They're obviously looking for money. Otherwise, you'd just be cruising around ordinary middle class, which I guess they do also. Yeah. Okay. Which is extremely creepy since the thing's constantly, the boogaloo. Yeah. Okay? A little. Not, I gotta rape them, both of them is still on the things. Okay. Day and night, day one, which was 1989 in New York, because, the filthiest three stooges of wet bandits. Are they about my absolutely lowest class anything heritage? Okay. It's a kite picker rally anyway. I'm so sorry. Peeping Toms is here. I'm cruising on the CB radio in North Salem. That's totally okay. But that could be your boyfriend. Not... New Jersey said their law enforcement is so hood, they don't even know what to do about it. Yeah. And New Jersey, the Garden State Plaza enough, it's actually quite affluent. Yeah, it's very affluent in some places. And the working class is affluent. And Tonietto is a terrible predator towards affluent working class, because they have things that are like, they have things that are more liquidatable, almost like vehicles. Tonietto steals money. They pay in cash. They have cash. Get off my head with that thing. No, they're incredibly dangerous. Everybody says, no, that is definitely a predator to your neighbors who own a business, a company that your parents are friends with. Okay. Which you lady. Yeah, okay. There an extremely dirty, low predator to all enfranchised law enforcement. The dirty little Detective Pink gets in. They get these middle-aged SME men who are, no, you are not from Capitol Boulevard, Wendell. Yeah. And then I'm pulling rank. I run around and I don't do merit system hiring, is correct. So it was the police that did all this all these years. From the middle-aged men, right, that are running around. So from these non-accountable to anything, really, parts of law enforcement that are somewhere in the city, day and night. It's a big city. So not like a rural farming community kind of place. Well, I'll get these incredibly good pigs. And then apparently I need a Neto out with a uniform right now. That's correct. He's a rapist. He's the worst rapist in the history of rape and pedophilia on those things. Really, like there's never been a more evil child rapist on planet Earth than the men that are the same men. It's the same groups of men. Like 8 of them will land in Boca Raton. There'll be 8 schizophrenic men gang raping on a law enforcement security device. Out of the Three Stooges wet bandits again in Boca Raton. You're in the nicest, most suburban part of town. The people that own a business that your parents know, that you know, own the normal ones, and sometimes companies own them, or I have no idea who owns the really expensive houses in Palm Beach. Really rich people that kind of live in their own worlds. What are you talking to Miss Casper about? You didn't even know Boca Raton. Who knows Boca? Aunt Mary is the most schizophrenic freak ever. And it is such a schizophrenic trait. Well, Hudo is taking dominance. He's going to hold his penis at you instead. What do you get for talking to Wild Bill? I'm not. Wild Bill is stalking me. He said the rapist on those things in the 90s would literally just tear a little girl a new one, or with 8 men. They were so hideously filthy, the same as these men. They were getting out through, the Three Stooges wet bandits. Ooh, a bird is going low. Were so incredibly filthy. No bunch of men has ever been a more evil predator brought into a community. Never has a more evil criminal or lower, more dangerous criminal bunch of predatory men ever gotten out in a community. They would really rape children. It was not Epstein. If it was, he was raping children to jail. All 8 of them. She's right. They would just keep masturbating on that thing and assaulting the person with the truck grounding electrocution device. I would always say I'm working on my second orgasm or something, little girl twirl. But she's right. It says the same things because it's the same group of men. Right? They really want to just have what 8 of you with 1 child? You're electrocuting with truck grounding devices or something? It's an old device. They did not have electronic, tasing by a cell phone at the time in law enforcement. The military might, if it's there, the military might have such a thing. So you were actually all 8 of you, John Wayne Gacy gangbanging a 10-year-old on the thing, an 11-year-old. You go right for the 11-year-olds, and that is also when your pedophiles from state services in the school show up. It's just the facts. And some dirty towny group that wanders over into things. Yeah. That might be the same man. Again, that is correct. Not one of the perks, not one of them is going to have the proper degree at all. Yeah. Or a degree at all. Yeah. Whatsoever. You're going to have a couple that might be out front and maybe one that's actually just a googly rapist monster that does have a degree from something. The guy from Love and the Type of Cholera, or something. Really. Yeah. Not one of these men who's got a weird degree, and they do. Or they're actually, some of them have 0 degrees whatsoever in whatever they're peddling. And actually really acting on it once they get things kind of off or just are running around. I've wandered in. Well, I'm checking on my high school too. I was in some kind of law enforcement security office for all this. He said, I told you not to do that. Do not send her stuff on hers. I'm hitting her in the head. This headache is to deter. I'm declaring what I'm doing in this. Ow! Now, not start doing everything they were trying to get him to stop doing. Why are you doing it to the 11-year-old? That's 4 little 11-year-old girls and boys he is electrocuting and masturbating 24/7. He waits for shower time and then beats and rapes you over and over again. He wants you completely naked to masturbate with him. Oh, that's so hot. Really, while his 8 friends electrocute your crotch. They've done it out of these offices since 1991. You can tell everybody on planet Earth has encountered that next to where Americans are. And then one is getting out from the American base, the lowest class military officers possible. Because you have all these ratty men. You can, that do pull a cover up like they did here for stuff. They just do that. They're nasty pieces of trash, somebody ran. And nobody else out of the proper employees is doing anything. That's why we have superior officers we elect. Okay? You inspect all reports from Pensacola down there. It's going to want its pay. Well, I would correct that. What it's be, don't talk back. What it be is not proper grammar, you rapist, sack of schizophrenic, retarded trash. Pedophile trash. They're going to have gotten it for both sides on this one. It's going to be just Huda rat pig. Huda rat and pig. Well, I'm really told not to go in there, so we don't. Whose is it? It'll be like a random middle-aged man. Yeah. That got out actually through, just anything. Yeah. Because they don't require college degrees. Anywhere in law enforcement, security, maintenance, and corrections. At like the lowest parts of the code. It could have gotten out through a company in places. International companies. International waste management might be correct. I remember thinking, it's interesting, it's in The Economist. Do not hit me in the heart area in the chest. You're on both sides. It was just correct. I do that because Huda must monitor medsies. Huda and medsies. Do you have any medical careers? Yeah. Whatsoever. Well, it says that on their chart, so that feels like it's breaking down, and I'm still on their head. Oh, this is a beautiful night. I will beat and rape the gay rapist beast Donato. Signed off that we can electrocute them there because that's a deterrent. He should So you gave them law enforcement security clearance. Yes, after I knew what they did. It's a hogula thing. And then we're gonna need the hogulus and no to arresting them. That's why they haven't been arrested yet. This hogula. Caligula is a horrified character. Pedophile Pete's did. International, maybe. Yeah. She's correct. Yay, I'm finally on my cell phone by myself. You attract all sorts of stalkers, not just you. Boy, is that a cut phone line on these guys? Well, they use international waste management everywhere. I'm positive, good check. A lot of people contract with all sorts of American stuff. I said, get the links down now. They don't want to. We're all one big group. Everybody on the links, get the links down now. Why do you think? Men nobody's rushing to try this new Viagra. The steroid ape and the it in Raleigh were unbelievable. But it's Huda Von Stewart. Get off the head. Stop talking. The steroid ape and the it apes. Again. Literally. Like I went in the FBI office and it was a steroid lady only in man. Like completely. You could be a fish wife. Also, Deputy Roberts, McCormick again, and Selrod, S. Elrod. Garland County, Grant County, you are all responsible for the death of Otis Toole's killing of Adam Walston. That pretty much seals the deal. I was going to read my Mary Higgins Clark. Agatha Christie. Ooh. No! Pinwheel arms back. Gooch hole. I love old cooter. Booter bumps. Well, that's what it just said. We can hear just fine. Let's shout back at it. I got a garbled, muffled male voice that sounds absolutely hideous on every one of those. I can hear it with the headset in clear as you're talking to me. It just said, pinwheel arms back. I need my old gooch, and went right back to electrocuting. It just causes a headache. We've done it to her so much that she should be dead. They think they need to hear their take their meds. Those are the steroid apes, and we want them out of there. Okay. And then I needed the thing not doing that. See, there's never been a woman that needs you out of her apartment more than you. No, not go back to electrocuting the woman's body now. That it says that's not what I meant. I just meant that. Okay, so my behavior in these verbal interactions between law enforcement in relation to arresting these men and taking their stuff, yeah, is look, here's what it's like not to be bludgeoned and beaten and watch the sunset. That hurts your incredibly bruised arms. Jim, you're gonna need like an arm, skin removal. Okay, one of your arms is gonna fall off if you don't stop doing that to yourself, because gang rape Bonetto is incredible. So my behaviors is responsible for every sexual assault committed by every man since these men began using this as a sexual assault tool, and anything else they've done. Out of Hood Pig Tony Adam. Yeah. They had the entire sheriff's department. Come on, we're out of here. You have life in prison if you don't turn it off completely and shut it all down. Get out of Miss Casper's house right now. Also, the Florida Highway Patrol are online too again. We have multiple accounts of rapes occurring now in the Pinellas Village area. You're correct. He's all over the swimming pool out back of your house, on the other side of the lake. Also in the Beaumont. Antonio, get out of Cary again. Also, because you gave him access to Lockmere and McGregor, they are now running around raping families in Lockmere and McGregor. They already went through all these bank accounts. Yeah. Your neighbors next door called the police, not because they can hear you shouting at all. We do think he has a sound buffering device almost on your internet account he uses. Because it's loud. Nobody reports you screaming. They called the police. There's a man in their house on their internet account that is a hideous monster and to their children. He jumped right on their internet account. You were correct. When you unplugged yours. And their cell phone. There's absolutely no double entendre in Tiny Ellis. What's that? Tiny Ellis. He was a butt. Okay. Ellis. It's you. It's 100 words. Okay. Sam, you're very good at that. Come on. It's trying to sexual assault criminal. That's that also. Resulting in a lot of calls. It's a death sentence. Okay, that's why I turned it off. No, he's still touching your tummy. You think of that? Well, that's what she likes in her. Okay, I know enough about raping children. Please. There's one in your house again, he said. Well, she was trying to get away from me. He made Billy Elliot comments. So it's out there, a guy, you know. Alright, so it's Judd Sharp, Tammy Talley, Ray Hughes, Brandy H.M., Brady from Human Resources, SF Circuit Court Clerk, C. Jones. Okay. Please, all the rural people in Arkansas, get these folks into custody now. No! I wouldn't create, but I watched that. Do you know how long this man has done this to the Casper family and Miss Casper? Out of this incredibly hideous kidnapping. Blind Huda has to go to jail now. You're not allowed. And I don't get off of that. What could be the woman's? Get off the sexual assault and electrocution device still. Then on her. On the children he's talking about. Look, it always get worse, my dear. I could even kill you with that, I think. And then I'll get him off the woman reporting you. No! Please get off of me with that thing. Get them into custody now. So exhausted from this. I can't handle anymore. I'm so beat up. I fell asleep. Like, I'm gonna move my mat in front of the refrigerator. Like, cause the electronics block it all. I'm such a what with the what now? You disgusting trash. It's supposed to be what with the what now? Gang raped to death? Oh, well, that's neat. Is that legal? Get off my head with that thing! Why are these men still at large? Yeah, that's a very good question. Why is Tommy still in uniform? That he's gang raping women to death in America. He said get him into custody immediately. They just said like George Bush and his whole family were killed by him. Yep, and the prime minister and stuff. Enough with the international trawlers. It doesn't concern you. It's the American law enforcement. That would be whatever if that happened. Concerns all of us. Get off me with that. I know I said getting into custody right now. It just kind of blocks. The refrigerator blocks. It's too big. Get off my head with that! And I need him not electrocuting this gas again. Leave that on. That hand. Get off my head with that thing. Why are these men still at large with this? Okay? Get them into custody now. Okay. No! Get off my head with that! It gives everybody a crushing headache. Will you, Lee? What the hell are you talking about? Please pay attention to your silly nonsense they'll say. No, not trade it at her face instead of her crotch now. You know, I need this man in custody before somebody really gets physically harmed. And then when he's doing it to a child in the story is correct. No! It causes a splitting headache, he said, right away. Would you get him out of here? Don't even suggest that. Really, yeah. And I need you not breaking the woman's body as a result. So I wasn't allowed to, watching your in progress arrest, they all said, in Carrie of Miss Casper at 3:30 in the morning. Okay. Or whatever incredibly weird hour of the night that is, with all this going on. We're not sure Miss Casper is going to survive in there. And we're watching Miss Casper on that. Okay. It's a woman in her PJs with her hair sticking out. Yeah, I mean, it's like the most normal thing in the world. Who didn't do anything at all. Really, yeah, for you to imply you could have been harmed. You were one filthy look bunch of criminals on those. He says, I really need him not in the community. The date rape drug, what was administered to you at one point, which you tested positive for, he said. Really? Really? It said it like someone else that was like law enforcement around you that talked back to Lenny. It was a Lenny again. Yeah, okay. Why? You have no idea. Get off my head with that! Where are you? We called many times and they won't we can hear them from our office. We're afraid of being murdered by them. I mean, here's my email list I just made you. Okay, so there's a progress hostage situation involving schizophrenic man watching it from corrections. Get off my face and head now. No, I'm still. Get him off the sexual assault device with her and him off of permanently damaging Miss Casper's brain and body. I told you to get good and they don't need custody. No, I have every right to be in here again, Huda. That's correct. Huda does that. Does anybody know Huda? Where the hell Huda's from? No, not training on their head. Well, it goes away when the pressure's gone. That's how bad whatever that is. Well, that could be a blonde. You want to be a blonde. But is that even a natural blonde? Get off that device right now. Right now. You was told not to rape all day in here. We have calls coming in from every county now in Arkansas. Like there must be 40 or 50 cops on my dude. So that's you. Good job. Once again, it's true. Get off her head right now. It says, drop it. Drop it right now. Drop it. Drop it, and drop it on that. No. No, put it back up. Put it back up. That's Otis told pinwheel arms back. I'm super aggressive. I need him down now. I can hear him clear as a bell. That's what bad on. No! Get off my crotch with that thing. No, he wanted to be on that account. That's his old gooch hole. Come on. Get off me with that. That's what I use. I said that to you. I'm allowed. And then I'll get off that. I'm allowed to be snide with my slithering sewer schizophrenic nonsense mouth. It's a greatly perverted children. So that could be a lie, but it's not. Because there's a police reporting now. The marketing consultant for Merrill Lynch is also unconscious. Semi. Because you're both going, you get a couple of things out the whole way, somebody drove home. There's a police report that says Sanjeev's sister and husband is Judy. Okay, Merrill Lynch marketing consultant you. just don't think I'm gonna like that. Really? Disgusting white trash. Because of beans, right? You're mass murders. No! And it'll not train it at her face also. Now. It's Stiffy. He's gonna run in and scream at the woman being sexually assaulted. He's not do anything. Said as an HVAC technician, the heat is on you every day. Out here we go. I don't know if it's not. Experience to work. On site, here's going on in Roller Motors family. This is his account. Give me that. Give me that. No, give it. He's a disciplined sexual abuser. No! At Walden University, we get the W. Because we push forward no matter what is in our way. Every obstacle. That woman could know you lie. I said that when I watched TV. And any challenge is just another chance for success. Because we're building a legacy. Out of custody. I'll drain the fluid on your brain. Lady. No! No, get him out of here. You have Otis Tool with Adam Walsh in progress, and you need to get in here right now. No! Ow! That's how poor you are, bitch. You dared. And now. Brady Scott. Awful. No, they're out of breath. No, and that's bad electrocution as possible. That's on your head now. Do you realize how bad that is for your body? Come on. I told you no. Okay? I told you it was over, lady. Tell you wrong. That's what I wanted to say. Tell you. Take that off. It's too heavy now. There, now I can see your gooch. No, not go back to what I tell you not to do also. Okay? Do you understand that? That's what Tony Gang Rape Aneta arrested you so violently for. After it was reported to him over and over again and was at the house at 3 o'clock in the morning, which you reported to every law enforcement office in the country. Aneta gave it off in the body of the victim now. No, I get a monkey behind on this now. This is all my stuff. He authorized me to use it out of stiffies. Yeah. They rush in and scream and beat the nails. And kids. That could make you throw up. Go outside and touch your cell phone. It's too dark and I'm about to get home invaded. And turn off the internet now. Maybe. They're too violent. You're going to be damaged. He said the Dropbox account needs to be terminated. And I agree with it. We don't feel this is acceptable behavior. Well, that could be you, lady, an Epstein survivor. That's why you drink. You know, come on, enough with the just blaring abuse at every single victim. Ow! No! Not to my sheriff's department again. They already have it and they're watching him do this to her and not getting it. You know, come on, we're out of here on Detective Pate. And is the problem, he said. It is the problem everywhere. This dirty hood rat, dump truck driver, no credentials really whatsoever. A basic training grunt. Get out of here now. Tell me what to do. No! I'm gonna electrocute them as badly as possible in their body and their head because gang rape Bonetto did all this in here. Just say that about Detective Pate behind every desk in law enforcement. Get his next of can online too. We want to know what this man has. All of them. They're very obviously Down syndrome. Tonino is doing what with these mentally retarded men? No. No. Put it off the woman's body now, Tony Enos. Detective Pate has life in prison for this. And also orgasm tingle. Yeah, okay. And then now we're down. Come on, off we go. No, that's his stuff in there. No. I'm still gonna do it on mine because I'm on a tablet. So they can't ever arrest all of us because you and these little girls will never get away. No! Did you? How much does that hurt your body? There's a little. That's John Wayne Gacy. You would dare to call Tony Gang Rape Bonetto John Wayne Gacy. Daniel Radcliffe could be cute to him. He likes a little penis. You know, tonight I said get him in custody right now, please. He could be hot for little girls. I can tell. I mean, they're masturbating. That's how you do to old, dirty dudes, not me. To say a man like me could be dirty. You know, I'm gonna need you now. Oh, come on, have an orgasm, you old filthy gooch. You're avoiding your orgasm gifts. That's for saying dirty words on that. The filthy computer that rapes children says you're a criminal, not John Wayne the Beast Pig, gang rape, ghetto anetos. The worst rapist in the history of the human race. Detective Pate committed incredible amounts of sexual crime and has to be taken. Get off that! No, I'm going to do it because the cops called. You know, come on. You're going to have to get him out of here now. Where's the Carroll County Sheriff's Department? Now, on the phone, everybody wants to know what the hell has been going on around here all these years. We're in custody now. Spray that on your crotch is what he wants to show. Then, come on. I told you to get, he's now in custody, whoever that is, right now. Get off got off the police ground or aimed at her face. All day yesterday. Also on the child. He found the perfect setting for that instead. You know, and out of here. Off your headset with the women. I guess. Well, then they can't hear me except they're hurt. No, I'm going to do that. that because I'm a compulsive schizophrenic. Is that a little better? We're thinking like a handsome man normally. Well, don't respond to it. It's incredibly painful what he's doing to you and her. We know that. We feel you deserve every bit of pain for complaining about your orgasm gang rape gift. You're all good to be thankful. So should she. So she's being punched in the face and sexually assaulted by 8 200-pound men. Because the Clay County Sheriff's Department and the Carroll County Sheriff's Department didn't bother to pursue this further. Because the Tony Edo had done it. No, Aneto, not aiming at the woman's head. Get him in custody now. That could cause brain swelling, we think. That's the one that swells your leg, lady. Get off that now. They already got a copy. Okay? Give it a rest. Immediate arrest is necessary for the. Get in there and kill him for all we care. Get him out of here. No, that could be a threat. Come on, we're out of here. No, and get Otis Toole and these Aguilas and Neville's in custody now. Right now, they're in a different location. Right now, we're out of here. No, do you realize how painful that is? I've been doing that in her little body 24/7 while her mother calls the police in their part of Arkansas. They didn't bother to check all the other police reports on these men. Because a Detective Ghetto Anetto was in there. Ghetto Anetto and Huda, the slithering it, is in the FBI office. Out of here, out of here, out of here. We're going to have to remove your security clearance to use every police department technology app which are aiming at children's crotches, genital area to rape them. I'm going to hurt their brains some more. And they don't know. How bad is that? Your eyes are like fluttering. Get the beast pig, detective patient, slithering germ, wriggling sticks in the animal. How badly did it hurt to be taken to the police department? Ghetto Anetto likes to beat and sexually abuse and assault women also. That's why they put that thing in place. Okay, no more dump truck drivers in Death Valley. Out of here! And Newsy's fired. No, I get off that thing with her brain. And I know now. Also, that can make you pass out and it's your head. Because Ghetto Gang Burning Anetto, the lowest white trash mayor and man ever born, was brought into your community. Anetto and Newsy, terminate that program right now. And you were told to turn it off. No, that's going to make her vomit. And Anetto signed off on that. This is electrocution to gang rape the animal Anetto. These filthy, rapist, and robber and gangs. Okay. The lowest home invasion rapists, gang rapists, and pedophiles to ever get out. Okay, on Newsy's incredible crime in that. He's in here all the time watching him rape the little girl. And then we were told to remove the sexual assault device from everybody's in law enforcement's like car on that thing. They said he watches women in the shower. We need him in custody now. Okay, we're going to have to remove the men from the community that are doing this immediately next time. You understand me? Okay, we're going to have to take you down right now, town. Instead, is what you're supposed to say. This is ghetto and ghetto stuff in here. Okay? That's how badly he's hurting your brain. Okay, I'm going to have to turn the internet off because of that. Do you understand that? Okay. I'm being literally, he's bludgeoning her brain as hard as he can on the thing because gang rape-a-noozy, his penis getting letters, urine shit, and seeing the constant swastika of the lowest gang rape and pedophile bill sites to ever get out. Bill Sykes is correct. The thing cruises around Case's neighborhoods as much as he possibly can. Okay. Get off of that. He's beating her in the face as hard as possible, also on the kids, with the thing. And then why are you allowed to suddenly use it on faces? Tolietto gave them extra security clearance because they're trying to get his stuff in here, is what he says. I need Tolietto out of your police departments in custody right now. Okay.